Good morning and welcome to day 2 of week 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. John Henderson leads the way at the top of the table after 15 games. So before we preview this morning's action, let's take a look back at some of the key moments from yesterday's play. Yeah, John Henderson there, winning 4 of his 5 games yesterday. Fair to say he wasn't always at his consistent best, but did enough at the key moments, didn't he? Yeah,
statistically the best player, had the most 180s on the day, had the highest running average of all 6 players. So, yeah, he's rightly at the top, but there was a bit of double trouble there. In fact, a lot of the players either had double trouble or just not enough darts at a double.
Yeah, 24 darts missed at a double over the course of his first 2 matches. He'll want a stronger start in that department today.
Yeah, I mean, he averaged 88 for the day yesterday. If he improves his doubling by 20%, that average becomes 92, 93, which is far more impressive, and the kind of numbers we expect from Big John.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the league table. Confirmation that it's John Henderson at the top on 8 points. As you can see there, 3 players all tied on 6 points. Sherrock in second because of her superior leg difference over Hurrell and Michels. But how impressed were you with Michels on debut here yesterday? The only player to get the better of Hendo.
Yeah, he was the one I feared for the most in terms of where he's going to end up on the table after day 1, and that's based on the fact that what he has done of late has not been impressive. His sort of tournament stats before he's taken a little bit of a break weren't good, but he's obviously gone away and worked very, very hard on his game because he was mightily impressive in parts yesterday.
Yeah, he certainly was. And against James Hurrell, had to come from 2-0 behind as well. In his opening game on the MODUS Super Series stage, things could have started to get to him, but he responded well. Interesting to hear from James Hurrell as well after his day's play that he wasn't feeling fresh at the start of the day because he'd had to travel back from playing at the weekend. Do you expect a higher level from him overall today?
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit more focus. I think yesterday when we were watching his matches, completely forgot about the fact that you think he'd been in Sweden, hadn't he? And his flight got cancelled, so he basically was running on empty all day yesterday. So no surprise he had issues with concentration over the course of the day. But of all the players, James Hurrell will be the happiest to have found 6 points because the match against Sherrock started with that lovely 1-4-3 from Fallon. She then missed 2 opportunities to close the game out, and then it was finished off by a beautiful 1-3-7 from James Hurrell to pick up the points.
Yeah, and here we can see that finish. He highlighted as well that was a really crucial moment in his day's play. It really, really was. But as you mentioned, Sherrock had taken out a 1-4-3 in that match. She also treated us to the best average of the day. Started the day with a 105.5 against Kantele. We came into yesterday's play questioning how she'd respond, having not defended her match play title. She played well in the last block of women's series events. How impressed were you with her yesterday?
Yeah, very. My big concern with Fallon is that range. You know, it was a 34-point range between her very best performance of the day and her very worst, and that's her problem. And listen, I judge her the same as I judge everybody else, and I can only judge her on the fact of where her ceiling is and where her top game is. And we've seen evidence, well, that's not even of her top game, we've seen her have better averages than that. But yeah, listen, she just needs to improve her B game. There's nothing wrong with her A game. It can compete with the very best players in the world. We've seen that before. Her B game is where her issue is, and that's a big problem for the vast majority of players outside of the elite.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the bet builder for today's action. Of course, John Henderson is still favourite to qualify for finals night via Group A. But talk us through some of these selections that return 4-1 today.
Yeah, Michels to beat Adam Lipscombe. That's probably just based on the day that Adam had yesterday, 8-13. Kantele against Hurrell. Hurrell to win that one at 8-11. And Lipscombe versus Sherrock. Sherrock to win that one. So it's all just straight wins in those 3 matches. It pays 4-1. Yeah, and Henderson, he was even money to win this group yesterday. He's been nipped in, obviously, 4 out of 5. He's now 8-11.
And just a word on Adam Lipscombe, because he's yet to pick up any points in Group A. We mentioned yesterday that he may feel more settled coming into this week because he's got a full week. He's got more time to prove what he can do up on that stage. Just didn't click for him yesterday. No,
and that can happen. You know, he just, for me, he was just trying a little bit too hard. I think this is a nice group for him, the pace of the group, certainly the level he can compete at, you know, outside of that monstrous 105 from Fallon. The rest of it was well within his sort of range of play. And I just think today the shackles are off. Listen, he's not going to win. Possibly could get a Group B, very outside chance of that happening. So just play with freedom and get yourself ready for Thursday and Friday.
Absolutely. Right then, let's get our second day of action underway here. To kick-start things, we have the table topper, John Henderson, taking on Kantele.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good morning, everyone. Welcome along to Tuesday, our so-called moving day here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, John Henderson, the man at the top of the table, will get proceedings underway. And if he can kickstart today like he finished yesterday against Marco Kantele, well, he will put himself in a very good position. It was a 4-0 victory for the Highlander, averaging just under 95.5, 4 out of 9 on the doubling. For Kantele, well, he put in some good showings yesterday, and in fact there was 0.03 in terms of the averages between them over the course of 5 games, but there's 4 points between the pair and also a difference of 9 legs between the pair. Kantele only winning 9 legs, only picking up 2 wins for his day yesterday despite his efforts. But for John Henderson, he'll be using this tournament as preparation for the World Seniors match play, which takes place at the York Barbican Theatre.
First leg is Marco to play first. Game on.
We'll be able to go into that. We'll play it at Champions Week secure at the beginning of November. It's a very warm welcome back to the stage for Justin Bradshaw, our referee, and there's a very warm welcome back to the commentary box to Mace the Ace.
Morning, everybody. Morning, Henry.
100.
Well, what do we know from yesterday? Pretty much normal service for Hendo. I mentioned that Abby, the only area I'm sure of the game he will want to improve is that finishing, because that was a big problem. Although he created more opportunities at doubles than anybody else because of that superior scoring. When this 92. Man's doubling wasn't bad yesterday, was it 9 from 27? The problem is Hendo had more than twice as many opportunities at a double.
60.
When you look at what's come up against Kantele yesterday, though, he was on the receiving end of Fallon Sherrock's 105.47. He was on the receiving end of Henderson's 95.5. That bookended his day, and he was on the end of a 89.5 against James Hurrell. So
94.
It felt like he was coming up against players when they were at the peak of their powers yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, although he averaged higher in the day, Hendo's best performance came in the final game of the session, and that's a good indication that he's match fit. We see so often that players will often fade towards the back end of the day. What it does tell me is Big John has been putting the hours in.
83. Marco, you require 44.
95.5 average, but every aspect of his game was fairly clinical. Double 13. A bit of a mistake.
But it's one he can rectify straight away. Does rectify straight away. And Kantele takes a 1-0 lead. 14 dart to start.
Go your own way, Marco.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Fleetwood Mac. We had the return of the Mac yesterday, didn't we?
We did.
Sure, it's great to have Danny McNamara as part of our team once again. Been a little while.
60.
What is time off? Is that thing normal people do?
100. Yeah. 99.
Well, as you said, it wasn't much in terms of market movers, was there, this morning? Pretty much what we saw yesterday was a reflection of what the bookmakers thought was going to happen.
121.
Yeah, absolutely. Hendo was even money to win the group before the off yesterday. He's been nipped into 8 to 11. Fallon was 5 to 1 yesterday. She's 5 to 1 today. James Hurrell was 9 to 2. He's 11 to 2 today. Marino was 8 to 1. Now 13 to 2. Marco was 13 to 2. Now 10 to 1. Adam was 16s after a disastrous day. He's now 33s. Before the off, Marco was 6 to 4. John 1 to 2 to win this game yesterday. John was 2 to 5.
133.
Marco was 7
John,
to 4.
147.
John won that one 4-0.
$83. Marco, you require 150.
He's himself on 64 if he gets a go. Kantele looking for the 150 to get the breaker throw and to double his lead to 2-0. He's been loving life on the 19 so far.
Of course he has, Henry, well done.
27. John, you require 64.
Sometimes say nothing.
I think people say all the time say nothing in my case. Anyway, here we go. Tots are Henderson.
44.
Drag just below.
Marco,
Let's
you
see if he
require
likes the
123.
19s this time, because he's going to need a treble to leave 66. So treble 18 and ball. Ooh. The button. Gets
Game
it.
on the second leg, Marco Kantele.
Kantele, who got beat 4-zip in this match in the final game of the
Third leg is
session
Marco to
yesterday.
throw first. Game
Finds
on.
himself 2-0 up.
Maybe he'll feel that he's playing at the same levels as yesterday, but he's getting the opportunities that level of play perhaps warranted at times.
55.
Yeah, I thought he played okay yesterday, to be honest. He had 4 180s, which is a little bit low, but his running average for the day only marginally
100.
behind. When I say marginally, I mean marginally behind Henderson. 87.92 for the day yesterday, Marco. 87.95 for Henderson, who tops the table.
26.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting the feeling with Kantele, he could be one of those players that we see here at the Super Series where even if group play doesn't quite go to plan, he's given us enough and has been consistent enough to really give
59.
himself a chance, whichever group he's placed in on Thursday and Friday.
Well, if he holds that average around 88 over today and tomorrow, he's going to be right in the mix to win the group. Make no mistake about it.
You actually look at the
140.
statistics altogether, and if you discount Adam Lipscombe from proceedings, in terms of metrics, in terms of averages, in terms of double stats, there's really not a lot to separate the other 5 players.
85.
We will see Adam in action up next. He takes on the hillbilly, James Hurrell.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see
43.
what kind of day James has. I mean, if he can get out if he can start the way he finished yesterday, he's another one that, like you say, there's little to
60.
there's not a big enough range between them to really pick a dynamic favourite. I mean, I said yesterday morning, came under some criticism. Yes, I think John's the favourite, but I think he was too mean at even money.
133.
I think you're more under criticism for not knowing who Taylor Swift was.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, I don't. The only thing I listen to on the radio is Talk Sport.
Marco, you require 104.
That's just it.
Can Kantele talk the talk and walk the walk?
I'm more Frank Sinatra than Taylor Swift, mate. Ooh,
88.
nearly
John, you
back to
require
back,
154.
10 plus outs, but Hendo has got a huge amount to do. Gets the 60, treble 18. Oh, tops for an absolute beauty.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wow,
John
wow, wow.
Henderson.
What a start to the day this is.
Well, we asked the
Fourth leg,
question,
it's John
what
to
we're going to
throw
get from
first.
John Henderson
Give him
after
on.
day one. Well, he's just lit his day into life, a 154 checkout. And now he's looking to move through the gears.
140.
Like I said, the one aspect of his game which wasn't on point yesterday was the finishing. It was under 30% for the day, wasn't it?
135.
We had 56 attempts at double and hit just 18. But this part of the game was no issue at all.
123.
Trebles were raining down like confetti at a Greek wedding.
Yeah, hit the most maxes of the day yesterday in 8. Closest rival, surprisingly,
100.
Moreno 6.
$32.
Kantele joining a luscious list of Nordic and Baltic
59.
names to have played here at the Super Series. The likes of Andreas Toff Jorgensen, Andreas Harrison we've seen here in the past. We are going to get some more names as well from the Nordic and Baltic regions in Series 5, just as a little bit of a teaser
98.
for you. Our first ever Finn at the Super Series. That was a famous TalkSport phone-in, wasn't it?
It was.
97. John, you require 108. $43.
Well, we've had
Marco, you require
a
110.
1, 2, 3, followed by a 1, 5, 4. Can Kantele be a thorn in Henderson's side and take out this 110? Treble 17. Oh, cancel that.
47.
And in reality, he's
John,
made
you
a bit of a
require
mess of it. So
65.
Henderson comes back looking for 65 to level proceedings up at 2 apiece. Too good, John. So it's only going to be a dart, a double 4, which
57.
nudges the wire.
Marco, you require 63.
Should be treble 13 for double 12. Oh, 18 for double 16. One dart in hand. It's all he
Game shot on the
needs.
fourth leg. Marco Kantele.
Oh, the finishing has been superb from Kantele. 3 from 4.
Fifth leg, it's
And
Marco.
Marco
to throw
must be
first.
sick and tired of
Game
the
on.
sight of John Henderson as Hendo just shakes his head and, well, just almost shrugs it off in the background, because these two met twice at the PDC World Championship, and on both occasions the Highlander picked up the victory. 2018 first round, Henderson a 3-0 winner, and then
41.
3 years later, that was the year that the World Championships was played behind closed doors at Alexandra Palace. Henderson winning in a last set decider by 3-2.
Doesn't Kantele have a win over Big John in
180.
a Players' Championships, maybe?
$60.
Something sat in the abyss of my addled brain.
I don't think many people want to know more of those details, mind.
85. 115. $60.
Career earnings for Marco Kantele over the years of over £100,000, 103,479 he's earned from the sport over the years. Has been on the circuit since 1989 and it's been 12 years as a tour card holder, all told.
$140.
Well, this is an excellent leg from Henderson in response, and this is on the Kantele throw as well. But this is a good riposte.
140. John, you
Just
require
gives the Highlander
36.
a tap on the shoulder.
Game shot on the fifth leg, John Henderson.
Henderson with a 13 dart break brings it back to 3-2 and now has the darts to send us the distance.
Sixth leg, it's John to throw first.
Well, just to
Game
confirm,
on.
2011, 23rd of October, Kantele did beat Hendo 6-5 in a
125.
Players' Championship in Germany. The brain still works.
What do they say about broken clocks?
Well, that's my
58.
one for today then. I'll try and get another later.
So we've got another 14 games to go.
60.
We've had
89.
4 consecutive breaks of throw after a 14 dart hold in leg 1 for Kantele.
55.
And it just feels like these two are like ships in the night just passing each other now. Good visit there from
119.
Kantele, but Henderson is just beginning to find something as Kantele is just beginning to find a bit of a wane in this match.
$140.
That's his fifth ton 40 plus score of this match. It leaves him on 1-2-1 after 12. Send us to a last leg decider in our opening game of the day.
$26. John, you require
And
121.
that shake of the head almost felt confessionary.
$81.
So Henderson wanting tops to send us to a last leg decider.
You've completely destroyed him on 19s, pal.
32. John, you require 40.
Tops then. Or a rare hold.
$20.
This is where Kantele hits a 1-7-1 to leave 6.
Well, in your world, maybe.
$32. John, you require 20.
Only 139 out, pal.
Game shot on the sixth leg, John Henderson.
Henderson with a 19 dart to get out of that leg and to send us to a decider. 3-3 in our opening
Seventh
game of
and
the day.
final leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
I know it's a long day with each player playing 5 matches, but we've seen yesterday the importance of
96.
getting off to a winning start just to get that winning mentality.
Well, this is all about mentality, isn't it?
125.
Modus mentality, pal. A marathon, not a sprint.
$98. $100.
Not from Henderson, but it's still advantage Kantele with the darts.
Only if he finds a trouble.
59.
Oh dear. He's left himself vulnerable.
$81.
Oh, 53 points adrift. Minus these. Needs trebles.
$58.
And that's back-to-back visits. Coming up dry on the trebles. It's not going to cut it. Should go ball here.
100.
Although I suppose with the positioning of darts 1 and 2, there was a case to stay there. And justified by hitting a ton.
So Henderson, 95 for the match and a 4-3 victory.
81.
Richard making
John,
the first
require
player in the group
95.
on double digits. Attacked it on the 19s. And Kantele is going to get a go
63.
to bunch everybody up in the group to within 2 points. So Henderson, double 16
93.
to put himself
John, you
temporary
require
at least
32.
4 points clear.
Game, shot.
And Henderson
match.
continues to
John
make his move
Henderson.
here at the MODUS Super Series. He's now 4 points clear at the top of the table, 10 to his name as he gets the better Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 3. High quality contest. The average is maybe not reflective of that, but we saw some great finishing. A 1-5-4 and a 1-2-3 in there. Henderson out of the gate and out of the gate with a win. Coming up after the break, James Hurrell up against Adam Lipscombe.
So James Hurrell up next. He takes on Adam Lipscombe, who will be hoping to give a better account of himself today and give himself a confidence boost for the remainder of the week. Let's hear how he's feeling ahead of his opening game. He caught up with Henry a little earlier on.
Adam, day 2 at the Super Series. Day 1, not really a day that went your way. How would you assess it?
A couple of missed opportunities and also felt a bit stiff every now and then. I'm not too sure why, but I came into it playing quite well, and I didn't know, just sometimes that's how it goes. Another day, go again.
How are you finding the environment here at the Super Series? How much are you enjoying playing here and the opportunities that it gives you?
Yeah, it's lovely, mate. I watch all the time when I'm at work as well, and you just want to be there and get into it. When you're here, you just want to play as well as you can. Sometimes you put a bit too much pressure on yourself, but now, yeah, I do enjoy it, and I'm glad to be invited back.
We obviously saw you play a lot when you were younger. You took a little bit of a break from the game. After you came back from that little bit of break playing locally, did you imagine that an opportunity like this would arise for you?
No, I didn't. Literally spoke to my missus. We watched the World Championships, and then I still really want to get back into it. 9 months later, I'm here. I was saying that was my first time. I was like, bloody hell, that went quick. Like, just sort of like went from how I used to play years ago, took a 5-year breakout, and then just sort of like bang, straight back into it. I thought I'd be like slacking for a couple of years, but playing all right actually.
What are the goals, not just this week, but in general for Adam Lipscombe, the darts player?
I want to get. I thought myself, I'd give myself another couple of years to get back into it, and I didn't think I'd do Q school, all challenge tours, nothing out. I thought I'd just play local, and then spoke to my mate Jenks. He said, "Get yourself back on it," and then yeah, so I'm going to do it all again this year. Q school challenge tour again next year. Hopefully, just keep picking up.
Well, we look forward to watching that in action. Adam, good luck today.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Andy Jenkins, the coach-in-chief. This game has changed, hasn't it, Mace?
No comment.
Well, Adam Lipscombe, no wins for his day yesterday. We have seen him here a couple of times. Did play a full week before. That was back when we were overlapping Q School and other such things. Usually tends to play in the Group B or C scenario here. So a full week under his belt, which may suit him a bit more because it gives him a bit of time to settle into proceedings and maybe learn 1 or 2 tricks of the trade. Someone who is only really kind of come back into the game on a local basis.
Yeah, and that's listen, it's a big step up from local league. I'm 5 years out of the game's a long old time.
First leg is James to throw first. Game on.
And I say that from experience, and it is like starting afresh.
Yeah, but you didn't do too bad when you came back.
85.
Happily back into retirement for another couple of months
21.
at least.
Until I drive you insane is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, as for James Hurrell, I wonder how
60.
much a good night's sleep is going to help him because he came back from Sweden. He had cancelled, delayed flights, and so
90.
he only really got back in the UK in the wee hours of yesterday morning following the events out there.
Around 4 a.m, wasn't it? So there's, I doubt, probably managed to grab an hour's sleep.
100.
But he did look, on reflection and having found out about that situation with the flights, when you
70.
think about his early games, he just did look like he just didn't have any ability to remain focused. We got a second wind in the back end of the day. We almost just go on to
100.
autopilot.
When
you're former WDF World #1 and England captain, you can find those gears. He leaves himself on a finish first in his opening leg, and the 156 isn't going to go, but he's got the luxury of time.
85.
Although the results didn't go his way this season in terms of the Challenge Tour, his actual performance levels is right up there with the
James, you
the very, very
71.
best. He's in the top 3 in terms of performance in the Challenge Tour.
33. Adam, you require
Well, not for the first time this
139.
week. We've seen a miscount, and the first one of them was by this man, Adam Lipscombe, yesterday on the 113.
Yeah, and he actually
59.
did hit the double 10, which is even
James,
more
you require
frustrating.
38.
And it is just clogged in the mind. Well, it was lucky he missed Tots, really, wasn't it? Decides to go for the hit. Oh my, this has turned absolutely chaotic for Hurrell.
30. Adam, you
This will
require
be
80.
a massive steal. I'm going to give him a real feel-good factor, but it's not going to happen. There's some wild darts from Adam.
24. James, you require 8.
Just think to me, it's just screaming, just playing with more
Game
freedom.
shot on the first leg, James Hurrell.
1-0 to Hurrell. He shakes his head as he moves back to the
Second
drinks
leg is
table. There's
Adam's
probably
throw
more than one
first.
reason as
Game
to
on.
why he's feeling that way.
I'm not sure how he miscounted on 71. I mean, if
180.
That's more like it. If you're thinking 81. then obviously it's 1912 ball. Nice.
180.
And suddenly the tempo has been turned up in this match.
85.
Can Jammer hammer down in the second visit?
$100. $85.
Much better leg from Lipscombe. Almost forcing an error out of Hurrell.
43. Adam, you require
Got 6 at this if
151.
he needs them.
He's going to need the 6 to level up.
131.
Much better leg though from Lipscombe.
I only need 4. Or maybe 5.
94. Adam, you require 20.
Hit. He only
Game shot
needed
on the
4.
second leg,
1-1.
Adam Lipscombe.
13 dart hold. That's much better from Adam Lipscombe.
Third
he's
leg
just
is
got to
James
build
to
on that.
first. Game on.
Having a little smile to himself because that probably felt
125.
just so easy.
Do you almost have to, after a day like that, try and relax on the second day? And because
100.
if you try and take it too serious, and say the first game doesn't go your way, you can let things fester so much in the mind that things can just fall off.
Yeah, you just get bogged down. And this is one of those
100.
sports that you have to be focused but can't try. Any element of
100.
trying too hard affects the grip on the dart. You'll tend to over grip and the timing goes on release.
24.
More muscles get involved than are needed.
Normally, he's got the type of
135.
action where he kind of needs to be steady and relaxed, doesn't he?
Yep. Well, the only dart there he tried on was the final dart for a max. Guess what? Went nowhere near.
100.
And because it went that side, has left himself on a bogey, and Hurrell now definitely going to go with the 152, but it's going to be under pressure, his throw now.
98. James, you require 152.
Yeah, James Hurrell, very much an aimer, sights the dart. Where with
52.
Lipscombe,
Adam, you require 68.
he's a thrower. There has to be an element of rhythm.
Game shot on the third leg.
This is
Adam
lovely
Lipscombe.
stuff. 13 dart hold followed up by a 15 dart break.
And this
Fourth leg
is the Adam
to throw
Lipscombe
first.
that the
Game on.
people behind the scenes here at the MODUS Super Series who do a lot of scouting on players This is what they saw at local competitions in and
45.
around the Hampshire area, and was why he was given the invite. Plenty of players that, and we do have scouts up and down the country. Robert Grundy was sifted out by one of our scouts here at the
85.
Super Series, and look what he's done on the Challenge Tour. Victor last weekend.
100.
Better scouts than Brighton and Hove Albion. Though if they do have they're going to hire a scout in Spain, are we both going to
85.
put an application in?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little trip over there. I actually did a
56.
massive show over there where they ran a qualifier to take on the travelling pros. Pleasantly surprised. Very much switched from
100.
what was a predominantly soft tip area, the electronic American style darts. They're playing a lot of steel
100.
tip now.
Are you surprised because of the fact there's so many expats out in Spain, and particularly in like the islands and all the rest of it, that darts hasn't become a bigger sport in that part of the world?
140.
Also got to think of the room a lot of bars would have, and
125.
listen,
James,
stone
you require
floors, which are
91.
predominantly in bars in Spain, are not suitable for steel tip darts, obviously. Oh, he's missed the big 16, chasing the treble. And of course, steel
51.
tips free.
Adam, you require
It's
75.
a money spinner like a pool table. Electronic darts.
35.
Well, that was
James, you
an
require
opportunity
40.
to lead 3-1 and give himself a bit of a cushion. Not for the first time, straying into the 5, going for tops.
8. Adam, you require 40.
And so opportunity knocks again for Lipscombe to put himself 3-1 up and on the brink of what would be his first victory in this group.
Game shot on the fourth
He's a leg away.
Adam Lipscombe.
Hurrell with the darts here to save the match.
That was
Fifth
a
leg, it's
fine
James to throw
last
first.
start. It would have been
Game on.
easy to have overpitched and been too aggressive, but kept his form.
100.
It's been a while coming, but baby boy may find himself in the terrible
76.
twos in terms of the points tally. Unless Hurrell had something to say about it, of course.
125. $125. $11.
Opportunity now for Lipscombe following that slip from Hurrell to really press home the advantage against the darts.
45.
But a slip of his own means that there is hardly anything between the pair in this fifth leg.
Another single 19 leaves 170.
95.
Hence the start on the 19s. Great
140.
140.
James, you require 170.
Well, this would be some way to save the match. But the big fish isn't going to go for the Hillbilly, and so Lipscombe to pick up his first win of the group.
96.
He's
Adam, you require
115
115.
points away from getting on the board.
Treble 19. I would have left double. 19. 76 remaining.
99. James, you require 74.
To keep this match alive. Double 16. A grimace in the
Game shot on
background
the
from
fifth
Lipscombe.
leg,
He
James
thought that
Hurrell.
fate was inevitable. But baby boy is throwing now for his first win of the group.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
tension in the arm. Sweat in the arm. Sweaty palm time.
100.
That's a big moment for Adam, just to kick his week off. That won't start until he picks up his first win.
55. 100. 81.
He's 64 in front, plus these.
95.
That will do nicely.
$40.
Opportunity presents itself now for Lipscombe.
56.
See how he deals with the finishing line now, because realistically he didn't really get close in many of his other games. The only time he went all the way was against Fallon
41.
Sherrock.
Adam Iroquois, 150.
So he hasn't been in a match-winning opportunity as yet.
94.
Well, he will be now. He's going to get at least 2 darts at tops if he finds the big 16. In fact, he's got an acre of
Adam
time.
Iroquois, 56.
Much time as time could want, but that was a nervy dart. You could sense the tension.
26.
You can sense the tension.
Well, because he's yet to get a win, the emphasis is huge on getting off the mark.
$115. Adam Iroquois, 30.
Double 15. Double 10. That might be a helpful
20.
slip.
James Iroquois, 124.
This would be agonising. Treble 18 and ball. Oof. Well, can't afford
56.
any more mistakes.
Adam
It's
Iroquois,
almost going to
10.
fall over the line, Henry.
But
Game,
get over the
shot,
line he
and a
does,
match.
and that's
Adam
all that
Lipscombe.
matters as far as Adam Lipscombe is concerned. Baby boy's on the board as he gets the better of James Hurrell by 4 legs to 2. And you could just see as he went back to the drink table, the relief on his face. An 8-2-2-6, 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Work for Hurrell to do. Coming up after the break, the Queen of the Palace is in action. Fallon Sherrock up against Moreno Michels.
Fallon Sherrock returns to action next, taking on debutant Michels, who made a superb start yesterday. The only player to beat top of the table Hendo so far this week. Let's hear his assessment of yesterday's play now. He's been chatting to H.
Moreno, welcome to the Super Series. How did you find your first day?
I find it lovely over here. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Did you feel like you settled straight away in that environment?
No, it was really difficult for me because I don't play that much on this level anymore. And it was really hard. My level was going up and down through almost 100 average and then 75. Yeah, that's what I'm playing now.
As we've seen, as you said, we haven't seen you so much on the tour. Obviously, we did before. What kind of darts have you been playing in recent times?
I'm playing only local in the pub at my place in Holland so far.
And in terms of this week, have you set any goals, any expectations, or are you just here to try and embrace, enjoy the experience, and anything you achieve is a bonus?
No, I tried to wait it to get the experience back, and maybe I waited I go back. I waited on this level.
Well, Moreno, we wish you all the very best this week. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's been a while since we've seen Moreno on the big stage, but he is back this week. And, well, he kick-started yesterday quite well. A good first day performance, 6 points to his name, and he is looking to improve upon that on day two. He takes on Fallon Sherrock, who got out the gates flying yesterday, averaged 105.5 in a 4-0 dismantling of Marco Kantele. However, the one thing you maybe could say about Fallon was we look at her statistics, but her ranges during games yesterday was probably the biggest of every single player we saw.
Yeah, for sure. I was impressed with Moreno. Started off with a very good 4-2 win over Hurrell. From 2-0 down, averaged 87.77, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Back that up with a 88.5.
58.
Then produced his worst performance of the day, a full 3 defeat to
100.
No, my apologies. It was a 4-2 win over Adam Lipscombe with a 76.33, but did
59.
miss 11 darts at a double in the match, but hit 3 180s. And then had a 99.89 in a match that saw
140.
John Henderson have his only defeat of the day yesterday, and it wasn't exactly a poor Hendo. He averaged 98.03.
100.
When we sort of had a dig to find out what level he'd been
81.
playing at, we were fairly fearful for him yesterday. Thought he was going to have a tough day.
59.
But just like yesterday, has got out quite well.
60.
First to a finish, we'll show it back on 225. And this would be for a break of throw for Michels.
85. Moreno, you require 120.
Time to climb the ladder. Up another notch. To the top notch.
100. Fallon, you
Stayed
require
on step 2.
140.
Another one of them. Would have left double 10 for the Queen of the Palace.
100.
Ton sets it up
Moreno, you
nicely
require
enough,
20.
and so double 10 for the break for Michels. Now up for double 5. Inside. And Sherrock's going to get an
No
opportunity
score.
here to
Fallon, you require
win a leg
40.
that she was out of for the vast majority of it.
Game shot on
1-0
the first leg.
Sherrock is a
Fallon
hold of
Sherrock.
throw that will feel like a break for the former match play champion.
Second leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on.
3 darts a double for
85.
Michels to win that opening leg. And when you consider where Sherrock was earlier on,
60.
I feel like that was a huge opportunity missed. Don't forget, of course, you can get in contact with us at the Super Series. We are
96.
very sociable here at the Live Lounge in Port, so you can get in touch with us via Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, at MSS Darts is the handle that you need. Wherever you're tuning in from.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you.
100.
If you've got any questions, fire them in. Henry has the app open in front of him.
40.
We'll do a little bit of a comms box Q&A whilst the game's going on. What makes the Super Series very unique in the fact that you are a part of the show.
Yeah, we'd like to keep it interactive.
Moreno, you require 120.
If you want to be part of the show Saturday night, you can be. For just a £2 booking fee. Head over to www.dartshop.tv. Reserve your ticket there for this Saturday and any other Saturday going forward.
137. Moreno, you require 20.
Take 2 on double 10 for Michels.
No
That's now
score.
0 from 7 on the outer ring, and Sherrock's going to come back for a 2-0 lead. She's been outscored for large portions of this game,
Game shot
but
on the second
finds
leg.
herself
Fallon
2-0 to the
Sherrock.
good, accruing the break of throw, and she's in full command now.
Yeah, Moreno should be
Third leg, it's Fallon.
2 up, but finds himself 2 down. Missed doubles in leg 1, missed doubles in leg 2.
100. $100. $59. $96. $78.
Well, that was a risky match.
180.
Never any doubt for him.
$100. Moreno, you require 125.
Moreno at the second highest tally of 180s yesterday with 6.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, that's
Moreno,
more like it.
Michels.
305 in 6.
Considering he was toiling around for the
Fourth leg,
first
it's
7
Moreno to
doubles,
throw
that
first.
8th one was
Game
taken
on.
with aplomb, and importantly as well, got the break there, and so we are back on throw in this
100.
match. Chelsea still going to have to find another one in the piece. He's completed the
58.
first job.
$57. $100. $125.
So as Fallon, after this week here at the Super Series, the next batch of Women's Series events is
51.
taking place between the 16th and 17th of September over in Wigan.
Are they the final ones for the year? Or is there another batch?
There's
96.
another batch in October, which will then give us the list of players. And because Bo Greaves won the Women's World Match Play, it means that it will be determining that order of merit spot to the Grand Slam.
100.
And
Moreno
because the
require
Women's World Match Play
123.
champion gets an invite to the World Championships, it'll also be about determining those 2 spots at the Worlds. As Moreno Michels now looks at double 18 for
105.
what would have been a second 1, 2, 3 of the day. Looks as if it's as easy as ABC.
I thought they only did that to get Fallon in last year. Oh, hang on.
90. Moreno, you require 18.
Double 9.
Game
But
shot on the
Desmond,
fourth leg.
2-2.
Moreno,
Michels,
Michels.
who Well, he may feel as if he should be off the stage right now because he had more than enough opportunities, 7 opportunities to win the first
Fifth
2
leg is
legs.
Fallon to
Has
throw
pulled it
first.
back to 2
Game
apiece.
on.
Sherrock with the darts in the 5th.
We have 3 in one leg and 4 in another.
140. $59.
Don't think there's another sport outside of boxing that people talk so much about without having any insight whatsoever. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's one of those
140.
stuff you read, the stuff I get sent that people post on
140.
various different places makes the brain wobble.
Incidentally, yesterday after our conversation, I actually got a message from someone who was literally
100.
watching this wearing Pikachu slippers.
No surprise. Ooh, you gonna fill it?
126. Fallon, you require
Needed to.
121.
To leave a finish. So Fallon on 1-2-1 doesn't have to. Well, she didn't need to chase the 51.
57.
Could have stayed there. Better option was ball.
60. Fallon, you require 64.
16's corridor for Sherrock. So double 8. To put herself back in front.
Game shot on
And
the
that
fifth
just
leg.
about
Fallon,
creeps
Sherrock.
in. It deflects off the barrel of the second dart, and Sherrock's a leg away, leading 3-2.
Sixth
Yeah,
leg is
very
Moreno to
tidy.
throw first. Game
15
on.
dart leg there for Fallon.
$100.
So if you've got any questions,
96.
you can get in touch direct.
$93.
No hiding away here with fake names.
43.
Chance for Moreno just to stretch his legs here and take control of the leg and take it into a decider.
58. $58. $44.
Well, this makes things interesting. Very, very interesting.
180.
Piles the pressure. Oh, Moreno needs a big visit.
58.
I fancy
you
Fallon for
require
this. She's
124.
playing an attacking style game. 14 and ball.
The bullseye to win in its style, and it's just
Moreno, you
underneath.
require 148.
Beautiful line. You will be back for a very good
140.
full 2
Fallon,
win.
you require 25.
Well, this is the textbook of scoreboard pressure because that maximum has changed this leg on its head, and it
17.
nearly won her the game.
Moreno, you require 8.
We'll have the throw in the decider.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Moreno, Michels.
There's a couple of match darts have come and gone. 3 in total. 1 at the ball, 1 at double 8, 1 at
Seventh
double
and
4.
final leg. It's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Does have the advantage of throw.
$58. $25. $140.
She's just finding key scores at the right time, isn't she, Fallon Sherrock, just to turn the screw at the right moments.
60.
Well, due to
82.
Moreno just giving her that lead early on. She's always managed to just keep him at arm's length.
125.
Doing that here in this final leg.
60.
Best to finish, and Michels needs a massive score. There's a haymaker for Moreno.
140. Fallon, you require
140 leads him on a finish, but Sherrock first poke at the 161 for the match. Just underneath the treble 17.
97. Moreno, you
So
require
it's Hail Mary
151.
time for Moreno. And so he's back to the 16s corridor for Fallon Sherrock to get over the line.
119.
See the 4-3
Fallon, you require
success.
64.
Oh, that was a super visit. She's only going to get one at double 16.
32.
And it doesn't go.
Moreno, you
And
require
so Moreno
32.
Michels wants double 16 to complete the job by 4 legs to 3. Double 7 leaves double 9. But he moves
23.
inside and Sherrock gets another go.
Fallon, you require 32.
Well, it's been
shot,
a match
and a
of missed
Fallon
doubles for
Sherrock.
Moreno, but it is Fallon Sherrock who picks up yet another 2 points, and she moves to just being 2 behind Henderson on 8 points, an average of 83.61, the superior average to Moreno, 88.73, 180 apiece. But look at that doubling, and it was costly, 3 from 14. When we come back, Adam Lipscombe up against Marco Kantele.
Well, how much better will Adam Lipscombe feel coming into this match with a win under his belt? He defeated James Hurrell in his opening match today, 4-2. Can he build on that to join his opponent, Marco Kantele, on 4 points in the Group A table? Or will Kantele join Hurrell and Michels on 6? The Finn, a 4-1 winner in this fixture yesterday, despite missing 10 at a double. To see which way this one goes, let's get back to Mace and H.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, Marco Kantele, who it must have felt like the story of day one for him against John Henderson, played some good stuff, but wasn't able to get over the line. But that was something Adam Lipscombe managed to do first time out. It was a little bit nervy in the end, but he got the better of what we must say was a below par James Hurrell by 4 legs to 2. As far as what the bookmakers think about this one, Adam Lipscombe still goes in the outsider at 11 to 8, whilst Marco Kantele is the heavy favourite at 8 to 15.
Yeah, Marco was 1 to 2 yesterday and duly obliged 4-1 with an 86.04. As Abby mentioned, did miss 10 darts at a double in the process.
First leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
That 86 could well have been into the 90s had his doubling been
58.
somewhat more consistent. Marco had 27 darts at a double yesterday. Hit 9 of them. His worry was that
41.
limited number of darts at a double. Interesting to see what the
140.
reaction will be from Adam after picking up that first win of his Group A campaign. Will the shackles come off? Will he play with a bit more freedom? And Kantele
140.
slightly disappointed with that defeat to John Henderson, I think.
Is Adam in that blessed but yet
45.
cursed position where, because he knows probably realistically winning the groups out of his favour, that he can just spend 2 days of just playing himself into form, and effectively what kind of happens is irrelevant. He knows that his battles are in the second half of the week.
Well, he's going to be in a group with 2 of these
100.
guys, so it's all about getting the measure of those and then getting the measure of potentially
60.
players that, if things go right for him in Group B, most likely Group C, is who the players he could potentially play if he got through that.
140.
Time for it from Kantele, leads him first to a finish though against the darts.
Maybe a case of just getting used to
64.
playing and beating
Marco,
those
you
around
require
you to give
80.
you the best opportunity in whichever group you find yourself.
Have a single, leaves the double.
Game
1-0
shot on the first
Kantele,
leg.
break of
Marco
throw,
Kantele.
15 darts for it. Dictionary definition of steady.
Second leg is Marco to throw first. Game on. $99. $85. $26. $121.
Talking about Kantele, we are going to see him back at the World Championships this year. Be his 5th appearance at the Worlds, becoming the PDC Nordic Baltic ranking champion.
43. $82.
And there was a threat, wasn't there, a few years ago that Darius Labanauskas was really going to arrive on the scene. Made a quarterfinals, didn't he, of the World Championships. He looked like maybe he was the type of player that could have broken that mould as far as
100.
Scandinavian players were concerned, but never quite materialised for him. They're still waiting for that next real big player to come through from that region, aren't they?
100.
Darius has some serious levels to his game, and just don't. I can't quite put my finger on why. Is he dedicated enough? And he has been around a long time, Darius. It's
31,
not,
Adam Iroquois,
not
113.
like he's a new kid on the block. He miscounted on this yesterday. Not going to be the case today because he's not left a requisite double. But yeah, I thought Darius was going to be the one, but I thought that about Max Hopp as well. Well, Max Hopp lost his card, and Darius is looking likely to lose his.
But what Germany did get, though, was a Gabriel Clements, who then came on the scene.
66.
He's yet to win a ranking title or any type of ranking event.
18. Marco
It's
Iroquois.
a huge concern
136.
when you think of what he's achieved in terms of actual ranking position. I'm making a semi-final in the Worlds, of course. Don't think that's in. No, it's not.
96.
So,
Adam Iroquois, 40.
tops to level things.
Game shot on the second leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Now, as your Devils gets the break back, one apiece. Well, just looking at Darius Labanauskas' position
Third
in
leg
the
is Adam to
PDC
throw
order of
first.
merit.
Game on.
He's ranked 70. He's provisional at year-end ranking, this is. He's provisionally ranked to end the year 74th in the world.
135.
Yeah, and that's based on the 2-year ranking system, isn't it? How much has he earned in that 2 years?
So that's the post-World Championship order of merit as live. As live, he's in
99.
position number 60, having accrued £69,750. The big issue for Darius is making sure he qualifies for those year-end tournaments, the Players' Championship finals, the World Championships.
Yeah, that's not a lot of money, is it, over 2 years? So it's that 35,000. Luke Littler's earned more than that here. Much more.
And also with Darius Labanauskas, this year's in the World
60.
Championships, obviously he can qualify via 2 routes, via the main Pro Tour order merit or by the Nordic and Baltic regions. Now,
Yeah,
they're trying to bring in place the...
another loophole that needs removing.
What they want to do with that loophole is players who qualify for that route, they don't get their money put onto it, don't they?
Yeah, there's... Depending on what system you're...
58.
or what element of the system you're playing in gives you multiple opportunities more than other players.
46.
Should it be a case of it being as simple as, if you've got a tour card, that is it. You play Pro Tour, it doesn't matter whether you're under 25, whether you're a female player, whether you're from America, Australia, that is it. Once you're on the 128, you're on the 128.
45. Adam Iroquois, 80.
Yeah, no, but we need... listen, Australia and America, they should have another system, because to expect
40.
players for the kind of prize monies on offer at Pro Tours to make that commute, not financially viable, is it? I don't think... I don't know. I've said it for a while. I think it can only prop up 64 players, personally, the Pro Tour.
57.
And there's evidence
Adam
there, isn't
Iroquois,
there?
40.
The fact that a top 80 player
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Lipscombe.
is earning less than somebody playing on the Super Series. That's meant to be the elite.
Fourth
enough
leg is
money, is
Marco
it?
to throw first. Game on.
Well, Cameron Menzies is in position 64, the Holy Grailed position 64, and he's got 60 grand on his order of merit.
$43.
How much does it cost to earn that 60 grand over 2 years with the travelling and hotels?
59.
That's 30,000 a year minus whatever you would get taxed on the earnings, minus management fees.
140.
Such an interesting debate, and why don't you get in touch with us at MSS Darts?
140.
I like it when we get into one of these modes.
Well, we've got to ask the question nowadays, because where there wasn't a real alternative, now with
180.
ADC, seniors, WDF, if they ever get their house in order.
140.
You know, there's
Marco
other
Uruguay,
options for players now,
138.
which is
another-
great.
That's another miscalculation from Adam. He's left himself 162 by hitting that 140. The fact that we're having
100.
these types of discussions tells you the sport's in a good place.
Absolutely. I speak to enough players now that say, do you know what? I'm not sure I'm going to benefit
58.
now from a
Marco
tour card.
Uruguay, 38.
So I'll go to Q School. I'll play one day. I get the opportunity to play Challenge Tour and then top up the Pro Tour, because obviously not everybody turns up throughout the year. I get to play Super Series,
Game shot on the fourth leg, Marco Kantele.
and they've got options now, which is, like you say, it's absolutely brilliant for the sport and brilliant for players.
Fifth leg is Adam.
Listen,
to
there's
throw
a few
first.
players in
Game
recent
on.
times that have got tour cards that have certainly not benefited financially from having them.
42.
To be part of an elite system, there should be some kind of financial gain. And it's not like an open tournament. It's limited to 128 players, so it's
99.
you're effectively in a tournament.
No such thing as a qualifier for a Players' Championship.
No,
30.
no, exactly. You know, there's not like, I don't know, let's say the German Open. You know, there's no first round losers money, because you're all in a pot with other players.
43.
I mean, they've done it in snooker, haven't they? The players have been put on a retainer.
100.
And I suppose as well, for the top players, there's always opportunities. But think about players that haven't qualified for the
97.
World Match Play. This weekend would be the first competitive darts that they would have played since the beginning of July. Lipscombe hits the max.
180.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7 weeks, isn't it? With no competitive darts in that sphere.
However, I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate here. With most of the top boys
57.
not being
Adam
there, it
Uruguay,
actually gives them a bit of an
149.
opportunity. So you twist it the other way, as Lipscombe was looking for trouble 20 to leave himself on double 16.
93.
I always said it, PDC do very little wrong, and it's an evolving system, but there's certainly things that could do with a tweak.
25. Adam Uruguay, 56.
Double 12.
$32.
Not to be, but he is going to get another crack.
Much pressure. I was going to say a 140 would be the ultimate school ball pressure.
118. Adam
He's
Uruguay,
left himself
24.
62.
Game shot on the fifth
No
leg.
dramas.
Adam Lipscombe.
Back in front. He's managing the situation well here.
Sixth leg is Marco to throw first.
Certainly
Game on.
he's buoyed from picking up his first win last time out.
But does it also feel like his head isn't dropping, whereas at times maybe yesterday there could have been that accusation labelled at his door?
I think it snowballs, doesn't it, when you lose the opener, then lose another, then
140.
lose another. You wouldn't be human if your head didn't drop.
60. $60. 85. $100.
Massive last start, forcing Adam into a 2 treble visit.
100.
Still 55 adrift plus these.
$60. $45.
The scoring
required,
phase of this game,
141.
Henry, very, very similar, isn't it?
It's just the 1 ton in Adam's favour that separates the pair. Kantele
Yeah.
first to a finish.
6-5 in that column. 4 apiece in the 140
55.
column and 1 apiece in the 180 column. Adams had 8 opportunities at a double and hit 3.
97.
Kantele has been
Mark
reduced to
require,
just 3
86.
opportunities at a double and hit 2. And again, the issue we spoke of regards to those opportunities were limited yesterday. It feels very much like that today.
39. Adam, you require 114.
114 for Lipscombe to win the match. And he is going to get a go at double
Game,
18 to
shot,
get the
and a
job
match.
done.
Adam
And Adam Lipscombe is now 2 for 2 on day 2. Having lost every single game on Monday, Lipscombe is back with a bang as he gets the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 2. Doing so with an 83.04 average and finishing off with that stunning 114 checkout. Coming up after the break, it's Henderson against Michels.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
So our table topper John Henderson returns to the stage now to take on the only player who has downed the Highlander so far this week in Moreno Michels, and he did so with an average just shy of a ton. Hendo certainly didn't play badly in that one himself, averaging 98. To see whether it'll be repeat or revenge in this one, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Well, this was the game of the day yesterday. Moreno Michels and John Henderson, 99, 89 and 98 the averages. It was the Dutchman that prevailed, the 4-2 victor in that one. It was the only defeat that John Henderson suffered on day one at the Super Series.
Yeah, he'll be very much looking to right the wrongs. Not that there was
First leg, it's John to throw
many
first.
wrongs from
Game on.
the performance of Henderson in this match yesterday. As you rightly mentioned, he averaged 98.03. Only had 4 opportunities to double, hit 2 of those, hit a couple of 180s as well. Moreno's performance was very, very impressive.
95.
Well, despite winning the game yesterday, they have Moreno as the 5-2 outsider to repeat the trick again. Whereas John Henderson goes off a comprehensive 2-7 favourite.
44.
The one that's taken my eye is the next one. Fallon Sherrock 5-4 to beat James Hurrell. Based on the evidence of the opening performances, could represent a little bit
93.
of value.
$58. 60. 134. John, you require 148.
Stuff from Moreno to leave himself on a finish, but it is Henderson first on the out with the 148.
100.
Flutter, I
Moreno, you
wonder
require
whether
170.
the over 180s market will be something of interest as the fish takes the interest of Moreno.
85. John,
Every
you
single
require
game,
48.
apart from Kantele in the first match, every single player's hit 1 maximum in every single game. So maybe the over 1.5
Game shot in
market
the
could
first
be of
leg,
interest.
John Henderson.
As Tops gives Henderson a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that 48 was of interest to big
Second leg is
John.
Moreno to throw first. Game
17
on.
dart hold. Moreno waiting on 85 just in case.
134.
Real interesting dynamic to this
60.
game. For me, yesterday, Moreno looked his most comfortable against
100.
John Henderson. Maybe mentally he feels the pressure is on John to beat him.
Or it can also go the other way round, where you feel like you have to play well to win. Something naturally
180.
inside you just finds another level as Henderson hits his first max of the match. And you need one more for that 1.5 to come in.
100.
And we know how good Henner's tenors can be.
140. Moreno, you require 167.
167 for Michels to level up at 1 apiece. It's not going to happen this time. And so Henderson has got the break chance here on 1-2-1.
45. John, you require 121. $83. Moreno, you require 122.
1-2-2 for 1-1. Another. The bull.
Game shot on the second leg. Moreno
1-1.
Michels. Third leg is John to throw first. Game on.
For the first time today, they've had a finish on the ball. Actually had some
140.
very tidy finishes already today. The 1-2-3 from Kantele. There's also a 1-5-4 from Henderson in that one.
100.
And Moreno chipped in with a 1-2-5, of course, albeit in defeat to Fallon.
Well, that was bish bash bosh.
180.
And there we go. There's the over 1.5 180s who we're talking about.
57.
And Henderson's average now climbs above 110.
$81.
Possible. 11 darter on the cards here for John.
60.
Trouble
John
20
require 100.
for tops. That was a safe dart at tops.
60.
But with his opponent all the way back on 284, he's going to get free to make it 2-1.
100. John, you require 40.
Henderson said in his interview yesterday that his best performance came against Moreno in defeat. And
Game
seemingly
shot on the
his
third
Dutch
leg,
opponent is
John
bringing the
Henderson.
best out of him again. 2-1 Henderson leads. His average is just underneath a ton.
Fourth leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on. $180.
More than covering the 1.5.
100.
Third max of the match.
I know darts
59.
miss. Sometimes.
Probably the band.
Max for Henderson is third of the
180.
match. Justin Bradshaw's pretty much got the 180 call on lock now, on tap.
58.
He can't miss the treble now.
121.
Start calling you Captain Curse.
60. John, you require
Here we
100.
go again. Back-to-back legs, where he's left a ton after 9. This time he finds the treble. Just kiss off that dart.
Game shot
and-
on the fourth leg. John
well,
Henderson.
it's not an 11, but it is a 12 dart breaker throw. And the average continues to be
Fifth
a
leg
big
is
one.
John to throw first. Game on.
105.32 for John Henderson. This one is not disappointing.
And he's completely
97.
and utterly boa-constricted Moreno Michels in this game. He's had one dart at double in the whole match, and that was at the ball on the back of the 1-2-2, which he took out. Other than that,
97.
he has not even been given scraps.
$60.
He's been left with the dust
$60.
from the vacuum cleaner in this game.
$137.
And Henderson is hoovering his opponent up here.
$99. $57.
Doesn't quite clean up there. But has left himself on 150 for the match, and Michels in desperate need of a treble here. A treble that he finds
100. John, you require 150.
to complete the job.
$78. Moreno, you require 145.
Well, this is Hail Mary time for Moreno. And the 145 isn't going to go, and so 72 for Henderson to
65.
move himself on the dart.
John,
He
you require
doesn't.
72.
And to complete what would be the most comprehensive victory of the day so far.
Tops.
Game,
tops he
shot,
gets. And
the match,
what
John
a
Henderson.
performance. Almost exactly 100 average. In fact, 100.01 for John Henderson. His best average of the week so far. Beautiful finishing as well. 4 from 7, that lovely 12 darter, and 3 180s. When Marino got a chance, he took it. His problem, didn't get enough opportunities. Up next, James Hurrell back in action against Fallon Sherrock.
James Hurrell and Fallon Sherrock return to action next. Sherrock getting over the line in a decider last time out to move on to 8 points in the table. She took out a 1-4-3 to complete a 15 to kickstart this fixture yesterday, but it was Hurrell who got over the line, winning 4-3 thanks to a stunning 1-3-7 out. To see how much drama this one produces, let's return to Henry and Chris.
Thank you very much, Abby. James Hurrell up against Fallon Sherrock is going to round off our second round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge Port. So as far as the first round was concerned,
First
it was a 4-3 victory for
Game
Fallon
on.
Sherrock against Moreno Michels. Whilst for James Hurrell, well, his first game.
22.
Saw him lose out to Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a classic affair, and it was below what we've come to expect of James
59.
Hurrell, but he'll be hoping to bounce back in this particular clash. As far as the bookmakers are concerned, they still have Hurrell as the heavy favourite at 4-7, but Fallon Sherrock the 5-4 chance in
100.
that particular match.
Yeah, there was remarkably in the middle of the match, 15 missed starts.
60.
Missed at a double between these two yesterday in this tie. But it started with a 1-4-3 finish and ended with a 1-3-7 finish for James Hurrell to actually win the game. But Fallon will feel a little hard done by. She did have multiple opportunities in 2 different legs to win the match comfortably. Know each other very well, of course. They're county teammates, aren't they?
137.
Both respective county captains, aren't they? Now, the beady-eyed among you may see something different about James Hurrell in this game compared to game 1. Because that
James
is a
requires
change of
62.
shirt for the Hillbilly. Will it bring a change of fortunes as he looks pretty in pink? He's now looking for the red bit.
22.
Maybe it was to match Fallon's. Bit of colour coordination.
I can just imagine Paul Nicholson's thoughts on this.
James, you require 40.
That's bent the wire.
Game
That
shot
trickles
the first
in.
leg, James
1-0
Hurrell.
Hurrell.
Yeah, Max in the leg. Comfortable 17 dart
Second leg
hold.
is Fallon to throw first. Game on. $45. $81. $57.
Just getting the sense as far as today's concerned that John Henderson has found a gear in that last game against
60.
Moreno Michels, and it feels like everybody else has not managed to kind of get out of fifth gear as of yet to Sherrock piles in a max.
180. $140. $59. $100. Fallon, you require 160.
To level up. Not to be, and so Hurrell to get the breaker throw and a 2-0 lead. He's looking for
100.
the 120,
James, you
and it's going to
require
be under severe
120.
pressure. Treble. Single.
Game shot
Double.
on the
He's
second
climbed
leg,
the
James
ladder
Hurrell.
perfectly. He leads 2-0. A change of shirt, a change of equipment, a change of fortunes.
Third leg is James to
Fallon
throw
Sherrock
first.
has got it all
Game
to do
on.
here.
Well, it's like role reversals from yesterday.
125.
Much better tempo to the play. James Hurrell today. Looks a lot more natural for me.
96. $60. $121. $11.
Well, that's now opened up the door for Sherrock. A door perhaps that after Hurrell's first visit his leg
97.
wasn't going to present itself. And so she's favourite now to break back and to make it 2-1.
$138.
But it is Hurrell first to a finish, although it is what many say is the toughest finish of them all, the 167.
100. James, you require 167.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of adjustment, ending on the smallest target on the board.
100.
It's
Fallon, you
87.
require 87.
Without stating the obvious, it's got to go. She may get a dart at the smallest target on the board. What? It's not. It's going to be double five.
82.
Doesn't get it. That's her first
James, you
dart at
require
a double
67.
in the match so far.
Change of plan last minute to go up to tops.
47.
And that dart
Fallon, you
drags
require
below.
5.
And so Sherrock for the break. And to bring the arrears back to 2-1.
Game shot on
Double
the third
two
leg.
found.
Fallon Sherrock.
Back to 2-1. And she has the darts to level this game up.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
It's been steady, if not spectacular.
Yeah, but I think we've just been treated to
58.
a fabulous performance, haven't we, from John Henderson.
$100.
Well, we were talking in the advert break. You look at every single facet of his performance. There's nothing that you can look at, you can pinpoint, and anything you can pick holes with, really.
Yeah, very much
100.
like his final game yesterday. Yes, the average was superior in the last match he played, but I thought that performance where he averaged 95.5 against Kantele in the final game of the session yesterday, very similar in terms of success on doubles.
140.
Identical amount of 180s hit, 3 in each match.
$140.
Has a flick been switched in James Hurrell here?
57. James, you require 161.
It's a 3-1. 161 isn't going to go.
No
45. Fallon, you
trouble,
require
so
146.
takes a little bit of the pressure off of Fallon.
90. James, you require 116.
So 116 for Hurrell. Going to be a dart at tops. For the breaker throw and a 3-1 lead.
James
and he's
on
been
the
so
fourth
good
leg.
on
James
tops.
Hurrell.
Last dart in hand is James Hurrell. And he finds it to get the break. And now he has the dart
Fifth
to
leg, it's
complete
James
the
to
job
throw
4-1.
first. Game on.
Yeah, brilliant break back for Fallon. That 116. Given
58.
Hurrell a bit of freedom in this match now. Been a good performance
100.
from James Hurrell.
2 ton plus checkouts, average pretty much 90 on the nose, although it's going to be exceeded here and superseded with this visit.
100.
Interestingly, that's now 8 ton plus checkouts in 6
100.
matches today.
$57.
Yesterday, I think we only had 5 for the day.
140.
Our statisticians are good round here.
They have to be because we don't have one.
125. Fallon, you require 161.
Well, from 161, it's Fallon with first go. This to save the match. Hurrell now to win the match.
45. James, you require 161.
Fallon so far has been reduced
90.
to
Fallon, you
just
require
2 darts at a double
116.
in the entire match. Just had a 116 from James.
76. James, you require 71.
Kiss the wire. But Hurrell now to complete the job. It's Old Faithful.
31. Fallon, you
But
require
just above.
40.
And
Game
Sherrock
shot
makes
on the
no
fifth leg.
mistake.
Fallon
Finds
Sherrock.
another break. 3-2. And Sherrock has the darts to send us to a decide, although that's been kind of academic
Sixth
in
leg,
this
it's
game.
Fallon to throw first.
Yeah, winning
Game
legs
on.
for James in the match. 17, 15 and 15. The 2 15s both with the ton plus finishes, the 120 and the 116. And the 2 breaks of throw and 2 legs for
140.
Fallon have both been completed in 17 darts.
$44.
9 more games after this. 3 more rounds of fixtures for our players.
55.
On what we like to call moving day on Tuesday. And By the end of tomorrow, the top
100.
place player will qualify for Saturday's final. Second and third in the group will play in Group B, Thursday, Friday night from 10, and then the 4th, 5th, 6th place players will
43.
be in Group C. And that's a Thursday afternoon affair. Come Saturday night, we will know the third player into the fifth Champions Week we've had. Doesn't feel long ago when Conan Whitehead
60.
picked up the jackpot and some guy called Chris Mason qualified for Champions Night. Whatever happened to him?
100.
Well, we've
James
seen a
Hurrell,
116 and a
117.
120 from Hurrell in this match. Is the 117 going to close it? Once again, last start in hand at tops.
97.
But this time it doesn't come up
Fallon
trumps.
require 103.
And Fallon needs a ton topper of her own to save the match. And she is going to get a dart at double 18.
85.
But it goes
James require
inside.
20.
And Hurrell comes back.
Game.
And it is a
shot, and
4-2
match,
win
James
for the
Hurrell.
Hillbilly, which moves him onto 8 points and into second place in the group, going above Fallon Sherrock by a solitary leg in terms of legs won. A 4-2 victory for the Bedfordshire man, getting the better of Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. 2 ton plus checkouts en route. Hurrell the victor there. Right, Michels and Lipscombe's coming up on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where James Hurrell has just leapfrogged Fallon Sherrock into second spot in the league standings with a 4-2 victory over the Queen of the Palace, Chris Mason, alongside me. How impressed were you with that display from Hurrell, especially how he started the day?
Yeah, I think, you know, he doesn't panic. He did it yesterday, lost his couple of opening matches after leading them. Didn't flap, went through the gears, found his better game yesterday, picking up 6 points. lost his opening game today, responded well with a good performance against Fallon.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the results that we've seen so far after 6 games played. And that game, Marco Kantele against John Henderson, that was one of the standouts because John Henderson, yes, he's still top of the table, but he was really pushed all the way in that, wasn't he?
Yeah, and in an early game, that can work both ways. You lose it, you can probably dwell on it for a little bit too long, but the fact that he managed to fall over the line and then his second match of the day, very, very impressive, averaging over 100. Looks the man to beat right now.
Yeah, and Hendo took out a stunning 154 in that match as well. His finishing much better at the start of today's play than it was at the start of yesterday's.
Yeah, I think that was key to why his averages weren't higher than what we expected yesterday, because he did average close to close to 88 for the day, but he missed so many darts at doubles. So that just shows you that the scoring element of his game's there. But if he combines it with some of the finishing he's produced today, he could start to run away with the group.
And Marco Kantele, we saw it there with that 1-2-3. He's played some really impressive stuff at times. Do you think he'll be scratching his head wondering how he's not amassed more points?
Yeah, especially in this group, because they're not pulling up trees. There's no one sort of dominating with massive averages like we've seen before. We usually get that separation in the group. I think, and again, I say this can sometimes be taken derogatory, but he's a bit one-paced. He has his level and he sticks to it. If you find another gear against him, more often than not you win. But if you're just off the pace, he will find a way to win. Yeah,
and we thought that Adam Lipscombe may become cut adrift at the bottom of the table, given how yesterday panned out for him. A superb opening victory for him, and that seems to have freed him up a little, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we said how important it is just to get off the, just to get off the mark and pick up one win. You can then build on that. Yesterday, he just couldn't get that win, so he had nothing to build on. Today, a little bit of a scrappy win, but you could almost see the relief on his face as he walked off stage. And then, that showed in match number 2, where he played with a little bit more freedom. Yeah, noticeable difference in his demeanour, wasn't there, in that second game? Body language, the dart players can sometimes give too much negativity away. You could see he was buoyed, he was positive. And, he finished the game off well as well. And Marino Michels, we touched on it at the start of the show, that he really does seem to have quite a high level in him. We saw it against John Henderson yesterday, then he took out 305 in 6. How good a player do you think he could be? Yeah, I mean, listen, he was a former tour card holder and had a tour card for a lot of years, so he can certainly play at a level. And interestingly, against the 2 players where you'd expect him to look a bit twitchy, against Henderson and Fallon, he plays with a lot of freedom. I think he's fun to watch. I enjoy watching him. Nice pace to him. Takes the shots on. It's plenty of 180s. There's not a lot to like. Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a little look at the league standings then. We do, of course, still have a lot of darts to be played before we determine our first player through to finals night. It is John Henderson who leads the way. A bit of a gap now between him and James Hurrell and Fallon Sherrock in 2nd and 3rd. But look at that leg difference as well. That is a significant strength for Hendo. Do you see much movement in the way things stand? Do you think it will be Hurrell and Sherrock who progressed through to Group B? Yeah, I think that's the way it looks to be playing out. Obviously, over the next 3 matches, all the players with 3 to left, we could see a real big separation, because if Fallon and James go on to win their remaining 3 matches, obviously the other players at the bottom half have to play each other as well. But yeah, there's a big chance to almost secure your place at least in Group B. But a chance as well for Lipscombe to become the big mover on moving day. Yeah, well, that's why we call it moving day. We usually find someone that will come out of the pocket and stick a few wins together. He goes through the card today. We could be looking at things a little differently later on. Absolutely. Right then, let's get back into the action. It is Michels taking on Lipscombe.
Thank you so much, Abby. And so into round 3 of today's action we go here at the Super Series. And for Adam Lipscombe, well, there's been a massive contrast and compare as far as day 1 and day 2 is concerned. 0 from 5 on day 1, 2 from 2 on day 2, and it just looks like a different air of the man today. Looks like he's full of confidence, head very much firmly up, and he's on the up. Up from bottom place into 5th, and if he can
throw first,
pick up victory here against Michels, he could jump up into 4th position, and then he may be looking up at the lofty heights of a potential Group B spot.
140.
It is Henderson who has taken the full ascendancy as far as the group is concerned. 12 points to his name. But the battle for Group B could be
140.
the battle line we could well be drawing over the next day and a half. As far as what the odds compilers think about the action,
85.
Moreno Michels is the 8-13 favourite. Adam Lipscombe 6-5. But although Moreno hasn't won a game today, his performance levels have been quite good. 88-73 in that 4-3 defeat to Fallon Sherrock. A game really he should have won. He missed 11 darts, a double in that one.
100.
And then not really much he could have done by way of the opposition that John Henderson provided in his second game. 100.01 average for Hendo.
45.
3 180s. And Michels took his one and only opportunity at the double, which was on the bullseye on the back of a 1-2-2.
Well, yeah, Moreno's sort of going through what
41.
Adam went through yesterday.
$100. Moreno, you require 135. $95. Adam,
So
you
if he
require
found the trouble there, he
116.
had such a sightener for the bullseye last dart. And so, for a 1-0 lead to the Dutchman.
34. Moreno, you require 40.
Well, that was a flyer.
30. Adam, you require
Nothing worse
82.
standing behind a player, seeing 2 darts go in like that, and then the double 10 goes in last dart. Double 16. Oh, another one of those.
66.
Wow, clips the wire. I think he thought it
Moreno,
was
you
in.
require 10.
Couldn't see too much of it.
But again, the doubles are
6.
beginning to trouble
Adam, you
Moreno,
require
and so
16.
Lipscombe comes back for double 8. And now 4s.
8.
Well, it's becoming a bit endemic now.
Moreno, you require 4. No score. Adam, you require 8.
8 darts miss for Moreno to win this opening leg.
Game shot on
And
the first
Lipscombe
leg. Adam
takes it in
Lipscombe.
the end at the 7th time of asking. It's 1-0 to the Porchester thrower.
Second leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Long old lag. 23 dart breaker throw.
140. $97. $100. $92. $140.
Lovely leg. This one, though, from Lipscombe. 140, ton 140.
58. Adam, you require 121.
Could well be heading from the ridiculous to the sublime. And he has got time.
57. $60. Adam, you
It's
require
a 2-0,
64.
and it would put him halfway towards 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his day.
What a difference a day makes.
54.
54 little hours.
Karaoke classic,
100.
that one.
Adam, you require 10.
Double 5.
Game shot in the second leg. Adam
Use those
Lipscombe.
first 2 as guides and then fires it home with the third. 2-0 Lipscombe.
Third leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on. 125. $55.
We're going to have a look here at how the darts enter the board from our top shot.
60.
Yeah, very neutral from Moreno. A lot flatter
100.
from Adam. Not too much movement in the air.
180.
First max of the match.
68. Moreno, you require 136.
Bring it back to 2-1, and he's going to get a bit of time to do that.
88.
Okay, slip with the final dart, but he's going to come back for 2 in hand, whether it's tops or 16s, whichever his preferential route will be.
85. Moreno, you require
He's got another 6 if he wants it.
Game shot on
Only
the
needs
third
the couple,
leg.
though.
Moreno, Michels.
Back to 2-1. Lipscombe with the darts to establish a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, best leg of the
Fourth leg is
match
Adam to throw
by some
first.
distance
Game
there.
on.
14 dart hold.
$140.
His fourth 140 of the match.
$96.
Tempo seems to suit both.
The big issue as far as Adam's concerned, I know he's leading the game, but it's this 2 from 12 on the doubles.
45.
Yeah, to spin that into a positive, at least he's creating opportunities, where with Kantele, that's been his shortcomings. He's just not
26.
scoring high enough, regularly enough, to create opportunities. At least you can build on that.
57.
If you improve your finishing, you're going to win matches, which he's done so far today.
$57. $44.
There's our referee, Justin Bradshaw. Of our team of referees here at the Super Series.
43.
Once upon a time, a mechanic by trade.
99.
So,
44.
Lipscombe,
Adam, you require
116. We've seen
116.
this done already today by James Hurrell. This for a 3-1 lead. And he is going to get himself a dart at tots.
77.
For that was a bit of a flyer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just come out of the hand early, maybe.
40. Adam, you require
Could have
39.
been for 9th ton plus checkout in 7 matches. Double 16 will do. More than do.
Game shot on the fourth
Lipscombe's
leg.
3-1
Adam
up.
Lipscombe.
He's a leg away from making it 3 from 3 in the 6-5 shouts that was
Fifth
being
leg is
bandied
Moreno to
about
throw
the
first.
exchanges.
Game on.
They look a little bit more handsome now, don't they?
140. $60. $100. $81.
So Michels in full command of this 5th leg.
60. $98. $140.
Plays a uncomplicated style of darts, doesn't he, Moreno?
58. Moreno, you require
Not a lot that can
61.
go on, which is probably why he's come on this stage this week without having played much, and half of the
Game
success
shot
that
on the
he
fifth
has
leg,
had
Moreno,
as he
Michels.
nails the 61, 14 dart leg to bring it back to 3-2, but Lipscombe here in the sixth has
leg
the
is Adam to
darts.
throw first.
Yeah,
Game
and this
on.
would be the first pressure point of the match so far.
85.
For both.
And we did see in that game against James Hurrell just a couple of signs of nerves from Lipscombe as the finishing line approached, but it felt the complete
125.
opposite in that game against Marco Kantele. Obviously took out the 114 to win the match.
85.
Back to back. 85s.
$140.
2 visits with 2 big trebles in for Moreno.
85.
85 thrice. Not enough.
96.
And again, the drift into the 5.
45.
The
Moreno,
sense
you
of
require
tension, the sense of
140.
nerves, and Moreno's got 6 on 140 to send us to a deciding leg again.
Yeah, is this
60.
winning momentum about to come to an end?
$32. Moreno, you require
Well, the look on
80.
his face said, oh, he knew he left 169 after that dart into the single 7. And so Michels, to send us to a decider, has a dart at tops.
60.
Right below, but he's going to return for 3 more at double 10 as his doubling ratio now hits 2 from 11.
Yeah, 26 darts at a double
95.
between them.
Moreno,
5
you
hit.
require 20.
Can't get any closer
Game shot on the 6th leg.
until
Moreno,
you find the
Michels.
bed. 3-3. A tap of
7th and
respect
final
as we
leg.
go
It's
all the
Moreno
way
to
to
throw
a decider.
first. Game on.
A decider where Moreno has the darts. Lipscombe, having had the opportunity on throw to get the job done, couldn't complete the task.
55.
There were some signs of fallibility in that last leg.
Yeah, there was in that first throw. It was a bit loopy from Moreno. As
180.
well, how often do we say about timing? That's his first max of the match, and what a time to get it after a 55 on throw from Moreno.
43.
And he's backed out with 43. Yours to lose from here, Adam.
37.
But he's handed it back. Handed it back like a Christmas present on Boxing Day.
82.
Can't say I've ever done that, but
100. 60.
so 2 visits to get rid of 184. May need 3.
23.
Well, he's somehow left a finish. Still a ton in front. That could well get swallowed up here, and is.
100. Adam, you require
So
161.
both players wanted 161 for the match. It was Lipscombe with first go.
190.
He's going to tidy up,
Moreno, you require
but can
161.
Michels complete the job? And this is for a hat-trick of wins
137.
for a man who was
Adam, you require
winless
42.
on day 1. Double 16.
Game
Completes
shot.
the
And
job
match,
for Adam Lipscombe and a 4-3 success. That's 3 wins and 3 now for Baby Boy on Tuesday at the Super Series. A little bit of a pump-up celebration as well. It's a 4-3 win for Adam Lipscombe. Coming up after the break, it is the captain of Finland against the captain of England.
Marco Kantele and James Hurrell are next to battle it out. Hurrell with a strong finish in display in this one yesterday saw him run out the 4-1 victor, limiting his opponent to just 2 darts at the outer ring. He'll move on to 10 points in the table with a win here. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well, in terms of table position, this is a big game for both, because James, with that win over Fallon, leapfrogged her into second position, 4 points adrift of Henderson, but a win here for Hurrell.
First leg is Marco to throw first.
And he would go within
Game on.
1 win of John Henderson. James and John will meet in match number 12.
100.
Kantele, if he has aspirations of somehow squeaking a spot in Group B, it's also a must-win game for him.
140.
Yesterday, James ran out a 4-1 winner, one of his better performances of the day, averaged 89.59, 4 out of 7 on the doubles.
100. 96.
Well, we both expected, didn't we, at the beginning of the day, maybe a bit of a kick from Kantele on day 2. We crunched the numbers from day 1 and looked at what he came up against at times and thought maybe it's a reaction, but if anything, it's kind of, well, it's gone the other
41.
way, hasn't it? Let's put it frankly.
Yeah, when we looked at the numbers, and well, he looked the most likely to be the player to chase
98.
down John Henderson, and it's just not worked out that way. So far today, he went down 4-3 in a tight affair to John Henderson.
100. James, you require 167.
And then, real disappointing performance against Adam Lipscombe, going down 4-2 again there.
57. Marco, you require
But
160.
yeah, his averages are probably around 7 or 8 points down from yesterday for the entire day.
100. James, you require 110.
He's been the king of the ton toppers today as James Hurrell, had 2 in that victory against Fallon Sherrock. And his last dart hitting at tops
90.
was nigh on immaculate
Marco,
in
you
that game,
require
but it's a miss
60.
just below this time, which has given Kantele the opportunity to have 2 at that particular target. Double 10, steadies himself.
55. James, you require 20.
Fires are wide. You nudge it across.
He's going to have to come out, well, you can see what he can see, so he's moved left.
No score. Marco, you require 5.
And with that final dart for Kantele, now he's going to have to burn a dart. Finds the single one. This is very much like a,
No score.
I'm going to say a hold that
James,
feel
you
like a
require
break.
20.
So double 10 for the Hillbilly. That's now 5 missed darts at double. Make that 6.
10.
And 7 isn't heaven.
Marco, you require 5.
This will feel torturous for whoever loses this. Double 2. Now we go to the madhouse.
No score.
And we go on.
James, you require 10.
13 missed darts at double in this leg.
No score.
How's he not found a way?
Oh,
Marco, you require 5.
I don't know what to say. It's just, well, I think the look on his face says it all. I don't need to add anything.
Back up to Madhouse again.
Game
And
shot on
this
the
time
first leg,
notched
Marco
1-0 Kantele. The less said about that leg, the better.
Second leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. $59. $125. $60. $140. $60. $100. $95. Marco,
So
you require
Kantele first to a finish, and
136.
he's got the luxury of time.
Certainly time.
$44.
Sure, the pace of this one, particularly suiting Hurrell at the moment. He's fallen back into that
41. Marco, you
trap
require
of
92.
just trying to be too deliberate. Double 16 for a 14 darter. 8s.
76.
And so Hurrell looks to apply pressure. And look, having known the fallibilities that Kantele had on the doubles in the first leg, and I know that he was found just as guilty of it, in the sense if he
98.
can pile enough pressure
Marco, you
on, he can
require
maybe force the
16.
mistake.
Game shot
But
on
no
the second
mistake
leg,
that
Marco
time. 2-0
Kantele.
Kantele.
Much better in terms of the doubling.
Third leg is Marco to throw first. Game on. $140. $100.
And see how below horizontal, you don't really see how exaggerated that is from our normal shot, but as you could see from the side shot there, hanging down. Very flat dart, as you can see from that angle for Hurrell. As you can see, a very small flight, which affects the aerodynamic quality of the dart. Also,
100.
the grip and release is very much at the back of the dart. At the moment, very effective, 2-0 up.
121.
Look
Marco, you
from
require
the side-on
121.
angle. A bit of the push that you get from Kantele as he releases the dart. 121 for 3-0 lead. Goes 25 first.
The right shot with your opponent on the 180. Take the ball completely
45.
out of the equation with the opening dart. And by doing that, of course, even if you don't hit the treble, you'd think you would hit 2 single 20s.
60.
That would leave you
Marco
56,
requires 76.
guaranteeing you 2 darts at a double as long as you hit the single. Now to get 2 darts at the double, needs the treble, which he does get.
Double 4. And
72.
Howell has hit this before today.
James, you require
Yeah,
120.
Been good. Creating opportunities, at least, if not hitting them, but that's a disastrous start. Can't do 105 in 2, I'm afraid.
$40. Marco, you
So
require
double 2
4.
for Kantele, and he had his struggles on this double in the first leg.
Game
No
shot on the
problem
third
this
leg,
time.
Marco
3-0 to the
Kantele.
fin.
Yeah, back-to-back 16 dart legs.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first.
Mike Norton
Game on.
tuning in on his road to recovery. Good luck and wishing you a speedy recovery after his first knee replacement.
98.
He's enjoying being occupied and bit of rest at home. Get well soon,
29.
Mike, from all of us here at the Super Series.
Iron Mike. Seen him here a couple of times.
140.
He's part of the reason behind the Matt Clark thing. It was he who missed out that time.
45.
Got a new knee. We'll have to call him Bionic.
He'll have to grab that off of Berry.
Yeah.
140.
Although you may not be seeing much more of Berry around these parts for much longer.
Correct.
For good reason. He looks set to get his PDC Pro Tour card at the beginning of next year, and we wish Berry all the very best. It's been a real popular
140.
addition to
James, you require
this tournament this year,
123.
both on and off the hockey.
Yeah, our loss is PDC fans' gain.
99.
A redemption mission, I think, for Berry second time round with the tour card. After everything that he's been through, the way that he's rebuilt his career this year is absolutely admirable.
Well, the way he's rebuilt his throw.
60. James, you require 24.
Looked like he was going to end up with a very,
Game shot on
very
the fourth
short
leg,
career.
James
But
Hurrell.
right now, he's looking to kick on and do big things in the
Fifth leg is Marco to throw first.
elite
Game
side
on.
of the sport.
$100. $96. $45.
Well, we've got a battle between the top two after this break. Henderson against Sherrock.
140.
And the conclusion of this one. Howell, who actually began this game in second position, but defeat and by a heavy margin is going to dump him down to third. And, well, because of Lipscombe's good form today, it would mean that
60.
Sherrock and Hurrell going into that game against Henderson will be on 8. Michels 6, Lipscombe 6, Kantele 6. If Henderson beats Sherrock, I'm going to make the call now. I think the Highlander would have done enough.
41.
look at the way that the mid-table pack are beginning to bunch up, and Henderson doesn't look like he's going to drop much now this week.
80.
Try and pull one back against the darts. Hurrell looking to set up here from 2-2-4.
140.
Excellent setup to leave himself an 84 after 12, and Kantele needs a couple of trebles of his own. Well, there's the first. There's the second.
140.
But no third.
James, you require 84.
Still pressure now on the 84. Could be a match saver. Double 11.
73. Marco, you require
hear
76.
James say, wow, it was a long way off. He's packing up his kit. He thinks this is done and dusted. Is he right?
He thinks it's all over,
36.
but it's not.
James, you require
Only
11.
by the thickness of the wire. 3 for double 4.
Game shot on the 5th leg. James
Hurrell
Hurrell.
breaks back, brings it back to 3-2, and has the darts to send us all the way to a deciding leg.
6th leg, it's James to throw first. Game on.
To be our 4th last leg decider in 8 matches if Hurrell wins this leg. And in fact, the rest of the games,
81.
3 of them have gone 4-2. There's only really been one comprehensive scoreline. Henderson beating Michels 4-1.
Brilliant.
$45.
Henderson was brilliant in that performance, wasn't he? That was the 100.01 average.
125.
You get the sense, having seen every player a few times today, Henderson it just seems to be head and shoulders now above the rest in the group. And we'll see how he responds to that ton plus average against Sherrock.
81.
Yeah, that was a game we hoped that would produce.
125.
But sadly, didn't quite happen yesterday, that one. It was a 4-0 win for Henderson
123.
against
James
Fallon.
require 170.
81 average for John, 71 for Fallon.
About setting up from here
125.
to send us to a last leg. Maxi.
125.
Pass some pressure
James
on
require
Hurrell to
45.
send us all the way to leg 7.
Happy birthday to friend of the Super Series, Scott Taylor. Have a good one, pal.
13. Marco, you require 127.
Made last week.
He did.
Made some good stuff this year. 1-2-7 in game. For the game.
102.
Great effort.
James, you require 32.
Keep himself in it. Has to move all the way across. But
James on the
finds a
6th
route.
leg. James Hurrell.
3-3. We go all the way. Half of our matches today have gone all the way to a
7th and
deciding
final
leg,
leg
and it's
is Marco
Kantele
to
who
throw
has the
first.
darts.
Game on. $135. 40.
Good start from Kantele to this deciding leg.
$45.
And the scrappy nature to this game kind of started from that first leg where both players had a torturous time in trying to find a double. And sometimes a player can shake it off and what have you as Hurrell hits the first max of the match. That could be the perfect time for the first max of the match, but it felt like it's lingered around the air, hasn't it, ever since?
Yeah, for sure. And this could be another one that
60.
just got away from Kantele today. It's been the theme so far.
140.
Well, first to a finish. Kantele looking to set things up. First up being high isn't usually a great guide, but he finds the trouble with a second.
97. James, you require 141.
For the match, Hurrell first poke at 141. Dug in well here is the hillbilly.
60. Marco, you require 164.
But after all the toil and trouble, is Kantele going to finish with a roof raiser? Another one of them. Would have left the ball for the fin.
$91. James, you require 81.
He's managed to claw something in the last couple of legs, James Hurrell. Is it going to be enough now to pick up the points? It's only going to be a dart of the ball. But it's the only dart he needs to win the match.
Hurrell.
And James Hurrell gets a better Marco Kantele in a 7th and deciding leg. 4-3, Hurrell wins. A plethora of missed doubles from the pair, but it is the hillbilly who gets over the line. Next up, Sherrock, Henderson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Next up then, two of our headline acts collide as Fallon Sherrock takes on John Henderson for the second time this week. Hendo whitewashing the Queen of the Palace yesterday with an average 10 points higher than his opponent. In truth, though, it was a game that didn't really get going. Will this one deliver the goods? Let's find out with Mace and H.
Thank you very much, Abby. Henderson up against Sherrock, one of the biggest games that the MODUS Super Series has to offer. Two of the biggest names that the MODUS Super Series has to offer, and they are two of the top three in the group. Fallon Sherrock can join James Hurrell on 10 points of victory in this one, but for John Henderson, well, he really can pull himself clear of the pack with a win in this one. He put himself 4 points clear of Hurrell, 6 clear of Sherrock with a win in this one.
And
you really would sense from that point onwards that the destiny of Group A will be firmly in the Highlanders' hands.
Yes, this one didn't quite produce yesterday.
$140.
That is a real opportunity for Fallon to just close that gap, and of course it will keep a few other players interested.
123.
Along with her picking up the 2 points. That has to be said, she's finding another level so far in this one. Not been a particularly satisfying day in terms of numbers so far for Fallon. She did beat
174.
Marino 4-3 with an 83. And went down to James 4-2 with an 85. But as we know, she's capable of, well, already in this Group A, an average 20 points higher than that. What a start this is. Despite the 174 from
Second
Big
leg
John.
is John to throw first. Game on.
180 in the leg, followed by a 140, followed by a ton out.
The lowest scoring visit
140
in that opening leg for John Henderson was a 1-2-3. He didn't get a dart at double.
85.
This is boiling up quite nicely, isn't it?
140.
We thought yesterday they know each other really well. They've done many exhibitions together. Obviously managed by we're out of the same stable of players. It didn't deliver yesterday, but it's not disappointing so far today. His last 3 scoring visits have been 174, 140, 140, 85.
That's his lowest scoring visit of the match.
$40. John, you
It's
require
beginning to go a little bit
136.
supersonic, is Henderson.
60. $96. John, you
And
require
despite
76.
4 140 pluses in this match, this is only to level things up. It's going to be a dart at tops.
36.
Yeah, it's going to come back for more.
$93. John, you require 40. Game shot in the
Pins
second
the
leg.
double
John
10.
Henderson.
Not as prolific as leg 1, which was 1 in 12. That was a 17 dart
Third leg is
hold
Fallon to throw first. Game on.
for John. But some start from both.
140. 85. 59. 43. 98.
Both players averaging just shy of 100.
180.
Bit over 100 now in John Henderson's case.
That a 174.
100.
That was the first max for him in the match. One apiece in that column. I don't really want another 180.
139. Fallon, you require 104.
He'll take that. Is he going to get a go? Because Henderson was shut out in the first leg when he was scoring like a dream. Is it going to be a case of deja vu in the
72.
third?
That was such a good
John, you
second
require
dart.
54.
Moved left. Had to find a tiny target, which she found on the treble 18.
34.
Wow.
Fallon, you require 32.
And so Fallon presented with another opportunity.
Game shot in the third
2-1
leg.
to Sherrock.
Fallon Sherrock.
And despite the scoring brilliance of Henderson, 1 from 5 on the doubles is
Fourth leg
beginning
is
to
John
let him
throw
down a little
first.
bit.
Game on.
Yep, tops there was costly. Ultimately cost him the leg.
140. 97.
But David Cameron isn't enjoying watching this one bit.
Oh yeah, that's his
100.
opponent at the match play at the
134.
Barbican in York. It's only a couple of weeks away.
180.
If he plays anything like this, he's going to be a serious contender for the title. Second max means his average is 110.34.
I think he's already favourite, isn't he? Outright.
100. John, you require 81.
And we know Sherrock's got form with the fish. Double
Game shot on the
4,
fourth
2-2.
leg. John Henderson.
Well, the match started with a 12-darter from Fallon. We've just had a 12-dart
Fifth leg,
break
it's
of
Fallon
throw,
to throw first.
hold of
Game
throw
on.
from Hendo there. 108.68 the average. 96 for Fallon.
60.
And is that mistake maybe instantly punished?
55.
Rare dry visit for the Highlander. In terms of
96.
qualification weeks, is absolutely immaculate in terms of qualifying for Saturday night. Although the one worry will be his performances on Saturday night. He won the first time, got to the final the second time,
180.
and lost the semi-final the third time. Not to be the bearer of bad news.
60.
Yeah, the only time he didn't qualify for finals night was at the Champions Week, but he played week 12 off the back of Q School, and then by the end of it, by his own admission, this is crazy now. This is crazy. But by his own admission said he just ran out of steam by the end of it.
140. John, you require 86.
All 180s and a 174. The big John.
$46.
Brave.
Fallon, you require 145.
This would be interesting. Very interesting. Not to be. Henderson back for tops, a 3-2.
93. John, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth
Henderson
leg,
gets
John
the break,
Henderson.
the first break of the match, and he now has the darts to seal the points and to put himself full clear at the top of the
Sixth
table.
leg, it's John to throw first.
2 on the
Game
spin.
on.
Just using 26 darts in the process to go from 2-1 down to 3-2 up.
125.
The scoring power pack.
99.
As far as John Henderson is concerned, is absolutely glorious. Look at the way they're evenly weighted. It just means that every single
100.
time he is coming to the oche, he is piling pressure upon Fallon Sherrock. Although I suppose, looking at that power pack, I suppose Henderson's due a 180 now and it's 5-5-4. Of course, I put the jinx on that.
100.
But he's closing in. An average of 108.39 for 180. 7 maximums in 2
96.
games for John Henderson. And now, what he would love for a great big fat 16.
136.
To leave tops after 12. The average just under 110.
95. John, you require 40.
The Highlander is going through the gears. And
Game
moving
shot.
clear
And
at the
that's
top of
John
the group. He
Henderson.
now has a 4-point buffer at the top, getting the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2, with an average of 106.9 on the back of the ton plus average last time out. John Henderson is piling it on this Group A. He gets the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. Next up, it is the European clash between Kantele and Michels.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has just delivered the performance of the week so far, an average just shy of 107 to get the better of Fallon Sherrock, as you can see with the results there. A 4-2 success for Hendo in that one. Just prior to that, we saw James Hurrell pick up an important 2 points, getting the better of Marco Kantele. And as for Adam Lipscombe, you can see there he has won all 3 of his matches so far today. And we can have a little look at what that does to the league standings. John Henderson now out on his own on 14 points at the top of the table, plus 17 in the legs difference column as well. As for James Hurrell, he's second on 10 points, and Fallon Sherrock closing the gap there to 8 on her position in 3rd place. Next up, we've got Marco Kantele and Michels up next, both looking for their first win of the day. The Finn losing out in 2 last leg deciders. Michels also losing 2 of his matches 4-3. A win here, though, would close the gap to a Group B spot to just 2 points to guide you through this one. Let's get back to the chaps in comms.
First leg is Marco to throw first. Game on.
Thank you very much. So, it's the All-ADC Europe battle in Game 10 between Kantele and Michels. And it is Kantele to get us underway.
140.
Well, the odds compilers are saying, well, Kantele goes off the 8-13 favourite. Michels the 6-5 outsider. I get the sense the way that Michels has played today,
85.
that 6-5 represents a little bit of value.
Quite possibly. Apologies for those expecting to be seeing Adam Lipscombe against Fallon Sherrock. They will be following.
$100. $140.
Yeah, Kantele.
Well, he has to stop the rock. But his level of performance today is nowhere near where he was yesterday. He's almost in the
100.
position Adam Lipscombe found himself in yesterday.
Well, him and Hurrell in that previous match just both found themselves in Shredsville, didn't they?
140.
They had that scrappy first leg and neither could recover.
Yeah, once you start missing doubles there, it's equally as infectious it is when you start pinning them, which we've seen both sides of the coin, haven't we? Even today.
97. Moreno, you require 136.
Yes, for the break for Michels.
He wants to stay. He wants to keep close order because
96.
Kantele has been far
Marco,
from
you
convincing,
require 64.
especially in this element of his game. I almost feel that he needs to hit a treble to get 2 at the double, which he's done. Oh, should be able to slide down the side. Went the other way.
48. Moreno, you require 40.
Slide away. And
Game shot on
Michels
the
takes
first leg.
aim and
Moreno
finds the
Michels.
top. So 13 dart breaker throw. 1-0 to the Dutchman.
Second leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Very good leg as well. 13 dart breaker throw. You fancied Moreno in this one?
Just having a look at the way he's played today, and
60.
okay, he struggled against Lipscombe, but the games before, yes, he lost them, but an 88-73, and he should have beaten Fallon Sherrock.
Yeah.
11 missed darts, a double. To be honest, there wasn't really much he could have done against John Henderson. Henderson has been the standout player, bar none so
83.
far today, where he superseded even the Ton Plus average in the 106.9.
Yeah, well, the highest average up to that point was Fallon's 105
98.
and a half, and that was trumped by John against Fallon with 106.9, and that was a real beautiful display, wasn't it?
Interestingly, Fallon Sherrock's average in that game of 92.89 was the highest average from a player today that
118.
wasn't John Henderson.
Well, even before the off yesterday, when we were
95.
discussing the favoritism for John, I totally get that, and the most recent player to have lost his tour card, but there was a concern that his averages coming into this were sort of around
45.
mid-80s. You know, he was flittering between 84 and 86, which is not far off where he was yesterday. But the kind of numbers we expect from him are the numbers he did or he has produced in his last couple of matches. That version of John Henderson gets his tour card back for sure. That version of John Henderson most likely walks away with
requires 68.
the World Seniors match play.
Sneaks in the treble, so double 12. Not to beat, but he is going to come back. Kantele on 174. This is to back the break up with a hold for Michels.
$98.
Some pressure applied.
24.
Oh, that's wild. And so Kantele is going to be presented with an opportunity
16.
here.
Marco, you require 76.
He is one of those that either hits a finish in one or the combination clinically, or he does tend to chase them around a bit. Does Moreno?
56. Moreno, you require
He's not been
8.
punished.
Double 4.
No
Oh,
score.
no. There's a couple of wild ones
Marco,
just
you
creeping
require
in now
20.
for Moreno Michels, and Kantele comes back for double 10. These are opportunities he probably didn't expect. But they're opportunities he's going to have to get. And like a
Game shot on
Panini
the second
sticker, it's
leg,
got
Marco
need for
Kantele.
Kantele, 1-1.
Multiple
Third leg is Marco to throw
opportunities
first.
for 2-0.
Game on.
It is the break back in 20.
$95.
Don't forget, of course, you can get in contact with us
100.
on social media at MSS Darts across our platforms. Do send your tweets and your thoughts and your observations in. We will answer any questions that you might have.
99. $140.
Had a
60.
message from Rosie Bridle, talking about the comeback from James Hurrell.
100.
What a comeback from Hurrell in that game at MSS Darts. Hashtag Modus Darts.
Is Rosie a jockey?
100. Moreno, you require 161. $77. Marco, you require 147. $95. Moreno, you require 84. Game shot on the third leg. Moreno Michels.
And again, clinical.
Fourth leg is
with
Moreno to throw first.
one dart in
Game
hand.
on.
3 in hand, tends to struggle. His winning legs now, 13 and 15, all been breaks of throw.
59.
Actually had another tweet coming from Jack, who's actually sent in his group predictions.
Ooh, we
So,
like that.
Henderson to win the group. Sherrock and Michels to take the Group B spots.
96.
I think this was sent in a bit earlier on today. Hurrell, Kantele, Lipscombe for Group C. So his guess is then as far as the other groups are concerned. Finesse, Sherrock, Marsh
28.
through B.
Yeah.
Hurrell and McDonald out. And then Baker and Michels through the next group.
58.
Send in your thoughts and opinions.
Didn't he have Hurrell in Group B and Group C?
That was exactly what I've just read there, yeah.
Interesting.
44.
Maybe he's created a new format for us.
We weren't briefed on that, were we? There's also some which there's no way we can read out on there either.
140.
Thank you for your communications, wherever you're tuning into us from. We do appreciate it a lot here.
45. $60. 58. Marco, you require 147.
The Crucible finish for a break.
Like it. He doesn't like it, though.
$60. 46. Marco, you require 87.
87 for Kantele for 2-2.
51, leaves 36. No pressure.
69. 54. Marco, you require 18. 14. Moreno, you
This
require
one
167.
already going into overtime. Approaching 12 minutes old, this match.
139. Marco, you require 4.
2-2 to Kantele for 2-2. It's all
Change on the
Desmond
fourth
around
leg,
here.
Marco Kantele.
2 apiece.
Fifth
And that
leg
was
is
for
Marco to
that was a
throw
22
first.
as well.
Game on.
So a 2-2 on 2-2s for 2-2.
Your quackers.
$50. 60.
'By the way, I've had a message from our colleague Glenn Durrant, who has been sending us pictures from his glamorous location in Tenerife.
You mean he's been Googling pictures?
59.
He's airtight. He wouldn't be spending any money on any kind of fancy gaff. Only man I know doesn't spend Christmas.
140.
Have you spent time in the company of Matthew Edgar?
$45. 171.
Excellent setup to leave tops after 12.
Where on earth does this come from?
Well, ton 40,
60.
171 on the back
Marco,
of
you
a 50
require
start
40.
in this leg. It might just kickstart the fin and put him a leg away. Double 10. But this was the issue
No
against
score.
Lipscombe, and he's done the right thing there. Don't mess about anymore. Bust the score.
Yeah, don't want to find yourself on 5 and then double 1 potentially.
60.
Well, he's been there
Marco, you
before.
require 40.
He's been burnt once. You don't want to be burnt twice.
Game shot.
But it's as cool as ice to lead 3-2.
Sigflegus Moreno to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you who this will be good news for. It'll be good news for both Adam and Fallon. Because Adam can, as Moreno hits a max here, with a victory for Kantele, could move himself onto 8 points and really put himself in the Group B equation.
42.
And it was a game that went 4-3 yesterday. Lipscombe just being edged out by the Queen of the Palace.
59.
Looking like another match to go to a 7th and deciding leg.
97. 92. 85. Moreno, you require 170. 45. 83.
Still to come.
Moreno, you require 125.
Next, Adam Lipscombe against Fallon Sherrock, then James Hurrell against
65.
John Henderson, then Fallon against Marco, Moreno against James, and then John against Adam will be our final match.
$83. Moreno, you require 60.
3-3. Oh my. Oh my goodness.
20. Marco, you require
Well, that was a mess.
111.
They're going to be a case of I. No, no, no.
I think it was more oh. Or ow.
79. Moreno,
he's
you
left it
require
handy.
40.
But it's not going to
Game
get a
shot,
go.
the sick flag.
3-3.
Moreno, Michels.
Kantele with the darts in the decider. Now, as far as the consequence of this result is
Marco to
concerned,
throw first.
well,
Game
potentially, if Kantele loses his leg, he could be cut adrift at the bottom of the table because Michels will move on to 8 points for a win here. If Lipscombe beats Sherrock, he'd be on 8 points. And suddenly, he is staring smack bang in the face at campaign in Group C.
60. 100. 58. 100.
'It's going to be Kantele's first max.
140.
In fact, the only player to not have had a maximum in a game today is Kantele. Every other player has raised at least 180 in every single game they played, apart from
60.
Kantele, who twice has come up dry in those particular stakes. We only get one more chance to amend that trend. Maybe the curse will break.
123.
No, it doesn't. But he's left himself first to a finish on 120.
100. Marco, you require 120.
To climb the ladder. Single. Double for the match. Just below.
Moreno, you require 141.
This would be a monster. He's got the 60.
89. Marco, you require 20.
Double 10. And Kantele completes the job. He gets the better of Moreno. Michels by 4 legs to 3. 16 Darter gets it done, and it moves him on to 6 points. It doesn't move him off the bottom of the table. Adam Lipscombe up next against Fallon Sherrock. Big game in terms of the race for Group B.
Right then, a really intriguing matchup next. Adam Lipscombe was in danger of being cut adrift at the bottom of the table before a dart had been thrown today, but having won all 3 of his matches so far on move-in day, he now has the opportunity to join Fallon Sherrock on 8 points if he can down the Queen of the Palace here. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to Chris and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Well, it was a close affair yesterday, but yeah, real opportunity for Adam to make it.
First leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Although, even in defeat,
55.
it was a decent enough performance from Fallon last time out. She was beaten 4-2 by a inspired John Henderson, who averaged 106.9 with 4 180s. Fallon averaged 92.89, 2 out of 5 on the doubles. And amongst those 4 180s as well for John Henderson was that 174.
As I mentioned in the previous game, Sherrock, in that defeat to Henderson, posted the highest average by a player that isn't John Henderson today, that 92.89. In terms of the bookmakers, well, Adam Lipscombe, the 11-10 outsider. Fallon Sherrock 4-6 to win this one.
100.
Lipscombe, who is undefeated for the day.
45. Fallon, you require 161.
Treble 17. Would have left a dart of the bull for a brilliant way to start the match.
119. Adam, you require 164.
Not to be for Lipscombe on the 164. So Sherrock is back for 42
56.
to take the opening leg
Fallon, you
against the
require
darts.
42.
And it's going to be 2 in hand at double 16.
$26.
Not to beat.
Adam, you
So
require
Lipscombe
108.
take the opener. It'd be a break that would feel like, well, it'd be a hold that would feel like a break.
72.
But
Fallon,
his
you
old
require
faithful double
16.
18 doesn't come to his aid this time, and so Sherrock
Game shot in the
back for
first
double
leg.
8 for the
Fallon,
break
Sherrock.
of throw, and Sherrock does take a 1-0 lead in this one. These two did go all the way yesterday.
Second leg is Fallon to throw first. Game
4-3,
on.
Sherrock winning in the end.
Just having a look over the performance levels of John Henderson today.
100.
His actual average for the day with his 3 matches combined, 98.26.
$85.
No surprise with numbers in that region, why he's beginning to just stretch his legs
99.
at the top of the table.
$24. $100.
And of course, if you want to, maybe it looks like we're going to be seeing John Henderson on Saturday night in action. Scan that QR code, takes you over to
140.
dartshop.tv, where you can buy your tickets for every single Saturday evening here at the Super Series.
92.
And more than that,
Fallon, you require
want to see
152.
Hendo with the Barbican, you can via that link as well, as Sherrock goes to the 152.
Yeah, get your tickets quick though, because
89. Adam, you require
Hendo,
150.
very, very popular player down these parts when he has been on double 15.
120.
When he has been here on a Saturday
Fallon, you
night,
require 63.
been a very, very good turnout.
It's going to be 1 in hand at double 16.
Game shot in the second
To
leg.
double the
Fallon
lead
Sherrock.
to 2-0.
It was a good
Third leg is
opportunity
Adam to
for
throw
Adam
first. Game on.
to break back. Double 15. Didn't find the target.
125. $125.
And this type, Fallon won it 4-3 yesterday with a 90.86. 87 the average for Adam.
100.
Key to victory for Fallon in that one was the 180s and the timing of them. She had 3.
57.
Lipscombe here, looking to okay while the sun shines on throw in this leg.
85. $100. $43.
Doesn't leave anything surmountable, and so Sherrock here in the par the pressure on and try and obtain the double break.
121. Adam,
Pressure
you require
applied.
148.
Another one of them would have left him a dart at double 14. And so Sherrock 98 for the double break.
100. Fallon, you require 98. $58. Adam, you require 48.
Went for the middle, which lands him on tops by hitting the 8. And the double 10 doesn't go. So tops are Fallon for 3
require
now.
40.
Yeah, Fallon just keeping the pressure alive, the pressure on.
$35. Adam, you require 20.
So half the deficit.
Game
2-1.
on the third leg, Adam Lipscombe.
But it's only a hold of throw for Adam Lipscombe. Fallon has the darts to re-establish that 2-leg buffer here.
Fourth leg is Fallon to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
Good start against the darts there for Lipscombe.
$59. $41.
But that 41 has opened up the door again for Sherrock to really press home her advantage on throw.
57. $100. $140. $180. Fallon, you require 145.
Oh, hello. Want to be on the 145, and so Lipscombe back for tops of 2-2.
$93. Adam, you require 40.
One left.
No
Not
score.
to be. The look on his face says it all as Sherrock
Fallon, you
comes
require
back
52.
for a 3-1 lead. It is tops.
$12.
And the opportunity
Adam, you
has gone
require
by the
40.
by for the Queen of the Palace. And so Lipscombe,
Game
from
on the
2-0
fourth
down,
leg, Adam
levels
Lipscombe.
proceedings and gets the break he needed. 2-2.
Yeah, back on throw.
Fifth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on. $84. $137.
Good start against the throw for Fallon Sherrock. Time 37 start. Piles the
85.
pressure on Lipscombe on throw, who gives that ball a good old stare after that visit of 85. He's had a few of them today.
42. $140.
Edging closer to going in front for the very first time. And there's never a good time for
80.
a bounce out. Especially when you're trailing by 50 points when the match is poised at 2-2,
44.
but that's a slip that should be punished. So, that looked ideal for a
100.
At least a 140.
148.
All about setting up from here. He'd love a ton from this point.
45.
But again, it's another
Fallon, you require
slip into the single
142.
5 drift. Oh, this would be game changing. This would change the tungsten tide to some tune, and the double 11 grazes the wire.
Adam, you require 103.
And now Lipscombe's looking for a ton top of his own. Off to B, and so Sherrock for the break. Looking for 11.
67.
Would it be heaven
Fallon, you
for
require
the Queen
11.
of the Palace?
Gets the 3. Bang in the middle. Was nice to see. Just on the inside wire.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Fallon,
Good
Sherrock.
attacking darts from Fallon. Leads 3-2. Has the throw
6th leg, it's Fallon to throw
to get
first.
it done. Both
Game
players
on.
only separated by the tiniest margins in terms of averages. 83-83 for Adam. 83-86 for Fallon.
97.
They did mention ADC Europe and their planned events going
85.
forward, where they start on the Sunday the 8th of October, then the 15th, then the 12th of November, and then the 16th of December. Head over to, if you're
40.
living in mainland Europe, www.amateurdarts.eu. That's your
40.
European route to a place here at the Super Series. If you're in the UK,
140.
on your socials, look up ADC or Google Darts Atlas.
177.
A very affordable way into TV darts.
Absolutely. Once upon a time, this was a invite-only competition, but now
100.
anybody can play here. And if anything, it's going in the direction of, if you want to be here, qualify yourself
93.
here, because
you require
invites aren't
124.
guaranteed. Treble 18, and Ball would have sealed the match for Sherrock.
52. Adam, you require 106.
An opportunity, or double 16.
Game shot on
And
the
he
6th
takes us
leg.
to a
Adam
decider.
Lipscombe.
Beautiful finish for a 15 dart. Break back.
7th and final leg. It's Adam to throw
Out
first.
11
Game on.
matches.
On. 140.
This is the 6th that's gone all the way.
Yeah, that's pretty much par for the course.
121.
Unusual days, of course, where we get a lot of dominant performances.
55.
Matter of fact, we've only had one scoreline of 4-1, and that was Henderson against Michels. So back in the over 5.5
43.
legs mark, it's probably what you're looking at doing now for the remainder of the day, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series.
59.
Although this is one of the few games where the over 1.5 180s bet doesn't come in. Or does it come in? Shut up, Deacon!
118.
The curse is broken.
55. Fallon, you require 157.
What a time for Fallon to find her first max.
93.
Needs another. Gets another.
140.
Brilliant
Fallon, you require
pressure
64.
from Lipscombe.
For this to win it. This to clinch it.
32.
Double 16 doesn't go, and so
Adam, you
Lipscombe
require
to
52.
continue his perfect day. This is tops.
32.
But it comes and it goes, and he knows the importance
Fallon,
of those
you require
misses.
32.
Yeah, nothing worse than being given an opportunity
Game.
and
shot.
not being able to
And
take
that's
it as Fallon gets
Sherrock.
over the line, wins that 1-4-3, moves on to 10 points. Same as James Hurrell. 85-34 Adam, 85-46 for Fallon. When we come back, James Hurrell taking on John Henderson.
So, Hurrell and Henderson up next. Hendo treating us to the best performance we've seen this week in his last match, getting the better of Fallon Sherrock with an average a shade under 107. Can he get anywhere near that level here to record a second win of the week over Hurrell? Or can Hillbilly close the gap between himself and Hendo to just 2 points? Mace H, predictions, please.
I'm going to go by way of John Henderson. You just look at the levels today, he just feels like above the rest of the field compared. He's head and shoulders above. And he could be head and shoulders above in terms of the league standings, because victory here would put him 6 clear at the top of the table. And at this point of the group, that is a big bridge to gap for the rest of the field. This is potentially king-making.
What we've seen
81
so far over the course of 2 days, it's hard to make a case for Hurrell. He's
60.
not shown us anywhere near the levels of play we've seen from Henderson. Not saying he can't produce those levels, we've just not seen them yet.
60.
Maybe this is the type of game that will draw his top level performance out of himself.
95.
It was a 4-2 win in a very low-key game yesterday for Hendo. Both players averaging a smidge over 80.
60.
But it's fair to say the John Henderson of then and the John Henderson of now are 2 completely different imposters.
81. 140.
140 for Hurrell to leave himself first to a finish in this opening leg. Definite slow start for the Highlander.
80. James, you require
Characteristically,
160.
as far as his day is concerned. And so Hurrell has 6 on this point to take the opener.
$78. $100. James,
So
you
for
require
1-0,
82.
Hurrell wants 82.
$47. John, you require 85.
Another miscount. Tops to punish.
65. James, you require 35.
For 1-0 lead. Squeezes the
Game shot on
wire,
the
the
first
first
leg.
one.
James Hurrell.
Bound with the second, 1-0 Hurrell, and he's caught Henderson on a bit of an off game, and he wants to take full
Second leg is
advantage
John to
before the
throw
Highlander
first.
clicks
Game
into
on.
gear.
2 missed darts at a double for John.
60.
And that opening leg off the 85.
$44.
We're just having a look in the advert break just there at the
100.
latest Players' Championship. Now, as expected, there's a big number of withdrawals at the end of the summer break in darts, and obviously a lot of players going over to Australia for the World Series.
A
97.
lot of them still on holiday.
Well, no Anderson, no Clayton, no Humphreys, no Noppert, no Van Gerwen. Interestingly, Anderson, Aspinall's in the
140.
list of players. He's not on the out list that we've got in front of us. But we're having a look at the players that are coming in. And it's a big number because of the big number of withdrawals. And only
60.
Dragutin Horvat has not played here. Bates, Belmont, Bolton, Crabtree, Grundy, Klassen, Lambert, Merckx, Meulenkamp, Pilgrim, Plaisir, Tricol have all played in this competition
139.
before.
Great opportunity for them.
$100. John, you require 62.
To level up.
54 for double four. Very
No
modern
score.
route. Not for the first time today. Seen the double 13 caught. Right in the corner. I feel their pain.
Pitch just a little bit south.
Yeah, not beautiful south either.
100. John, you require 62.
Here in the beautiful south. You debate that. Well, hopefully this time for Hendo's sake, he's not going to bust.
58.
But he moves inside and presents
James, you
Hurrell with an
require
opportunity
100.
to open up a 2-0 lead. Went tops
60.
to no avail, and so
John, you
Henderson
require 4.
down to the Desmond double.
Game shot on the
To
second
level
leg.
at
John
1-1.
Henderson.
Well, it's certainly not the game he expected so far.
Third leg is James to throw first. Game on. $140. $85.
This is the final game of the fourth cycle of matches. All the players still have one more to play.
41.
Hurrell has to sense opportunity here, hasn't he? Because Henderson has shown absolutely no signs of this today.
85.
No, this is a performance we certainly didn't expect at this stage. He's been playing at such a high level. Like I
43.
said, going into this match, his average fall today across 3 matches was over 98.
He's averaging 18 points less than that.
140.
But they don't write averages on trophies, as a famous man once said. For all the brilliance that the Highlander has provided today, his most important game is most probably this one because
60.
of the ramifications in terms of the table.
Well, a defeat for John. And he's
45.
playing Adam Lipscombe, who's just come off of a first defeat for the day. I mean, back-to-back defeats, and that would see him stay on 14 points.
$134.
And the chasing pack could really close the gap.
Big moments. And
Game
Big
shot on the
John's
third
up to the
leg, John
task with the
Henderson.
146. That could be game-changing, group-changing, and a sign of respect from Hurrell. Back at the drinks
Fourth leg is
table,
John to throw
Henderson
first.
leads
Game
2-1.
on.
Big players do big things at big moments.
Someone's flicked a switch.
180.
The fuse has been lit. The blue touch paper has been sparked.
$80.
The Highlander has sprung into life. He's rocking and he is a rolling
140.
now.
Hurrell
finds a max of his own.
It's this one. Had to really catch fire.
140.
Henderson across the last 2 legs. And he has found another gear.
95. John, you require 41.
The 146 may have just lit the spark. He's on for an 11 if he can find tops. And guess what Hurrell's on?
Game shot on the
He
fourth
ain't going to get a
leg,
go
John
in it
Henderson.
because Henderson's 3-1 up.
Yeah, 12 dart hold backing up the 15 dart break in leg 3 where he took
Fifth
out
leg
that
is James to
beautiful
throw first. Game on.
146. In the blink of an eye, across 2 legs, has put 13 on his average.
100.
We were silly to pose those questions of John Henderson, weren't we?
Just observational.
82.
Ask the question and ye shall receive, it feels like, as far as the Highlanders concerned this week.
$100.
I bet all you on the seniors tour looking at Hendo this week and thinking, yep, you can have your tour card back next year, pal.
135.
It was always going to be a tough proposition.
140.
As we've seen, still capable of playing at a very high level, but there's a fair few lads in that seniors that can still play at a
46.
very high level
James
themselves.
Require, 161.
He's got a tough game against David Cameron, who's been in some very good form on the CDC.
Just when Hurrell thought he was getting a bit of leg room.
174.
Henderson
James
puts in a
Iroquois,
Dundas
118.
174. 118 for Hurrell for 3-2. Treble would have left double 19. And so
94.
the Highlander to
John
win the
Iroquois,
match
64.
in a performance which caught fire in the second half of things. He's put his average up by about 16 points. And if he wins this, would move on to 16 points.
48. James Iroquois, 24.
Can Hurrell extend this one?
Game shot on the
Yes,
fifth
is
leg.
your emphatic
James Hurrell.
answer. Back to 3-2. Henderson with the darts to complete the job.
Sixth leg is John to throw first. Game on. $60.
Top of everything else that we've seen John Henderson in this year. So I'm back on the Euro Tour stage for the associate member qualifiers. In terms of the German Darts Open, we've had confirmation that
85.
Gerwyn Price, Johnny Clayton, Michael Van Gerwen and Michael Smith will not be participating in that tournament. And coming into the seeded positions are going to be Jose de Souza, Ross Smith,
81.
Andrew Gilding and Christoph Ratajski. Qualifiers for that event will take place during the Players' Championship doubleheader, which is in Hildesheim,
59.
Germany at the weekend. Beautiful part of the world. Believe ours truly, Chris Murphy's going to be there.
Sure is.
100.
Watch all that action, of course, on PDC TV.
$94.
Outside of the obvious names, are you expecting a big second half of the season from?
123.
I think at some point the performances from Gary Anderson has got to allow him to go deep and possibly
59.
win one of
John
the
Iroquois, 137.
remaining biggies. I think Gezi Price has got to be due something as well. Been really impressed with Aspinall. I'm sure Michael Smith is
97.
quite settled with the new equipment yet. That will take some time, of course.
The time doesn't look like it's waiting for John Henderson, and Hurrell's time may run out in this match.
John Iroquois, 40.
Tops for the Highlander to complete a 4-2 victory.
Game, shot,
And
a
Henderson
match.
moves
John
6
Henderson.
points clear at the top of the table. The Highlander is riding high in Group A, and he may be riding all the way to the summit. A 92.81 average, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Again, kind of hinged on a 1-4-6 finish, which lit the fuse, lit the fire for the Scot. As for the England captain, James Hurrell, well, it is going to be an uphill task for him from here. Next up, Fallon Sherrock against Marco Kantele.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has made it 4 wins from 4 today, aided by a stunning 1-4-6. He got the better of Hurrell 4-2 in our last match. As for Fallon Sherrock, 2 wins for her today. She came through a decider last time out to beat Lipscombe, a victory that moved her into double figures in the league standings. We can take a little look at the table right now, and it confirms that John Henderson is out on 16 points at the top of the table. James Hurrell and Fallon Sherrock level on 10 points. She's in action next as we move into our final round of fixtures, taking on Kantele, the first to complete their day's play. The Queen of the Palace looking to make it 3 wins from 5 to join James Hurrell and put daylight between herself and those occupying Group C spots. A win for Kantele will move him to within 2 points of a Group B spot. Let's get back to Henry and Mace to see how this one unfolds.
Thanks, Abby. So, how is Fallon Sherrock's day going to end? It looks like now, following defeat for James Hurrell last time out, she's chief proprietor of the John Henderson chasing pack. As Justin Bradshaw called game on. If she loses this, it could be game over in terms of the race for Group A qualification. But what it would set in motion, mind, would be an interesting race in terms of Group B qualification, because you'd have Advingstan, Hurrell and Sherrock on 10, and if results went in a certain direction, you'd have Hurrell and Sherrock on 10 apiece, Michels, Lipscombe and Kantele all on 8.
99.
All to leave Henderson sailing off into the sunset towards a Super Series finals night once again. As what the bookies say.
Yeah, Fallon was 4 to 5. Marco 10 to 11. I like Fallon on throw at 4 to 5. I think that's way too big.
100.
Just came in. It was 4 to 7, 5 to 4 before this one got underway as live. So there has been some shifts in the market today.
Yeah, before the off, I took down the odds on this one, and it was Fallon 4 to 5, Marco 10 to 11. And what did you say it was now? 4 to 7.
4 to 7 on Fallon. Yeah.
So that's mainly down to Marco's level of performance across the day.
I can tell you it's shortened to 4 to 9 now.
Fallon, of course, won this tie yesterday. 4-0 with the 105.47 average.
77.
And she's got off to a similar blockbuster start in this one. And Kantele had nothing by way of response in this opening leg. Although a couple of slips.
23.
Well, 3 slips. And no gully.
Tired looking darts, aren't they?
45. Fallon, you require 54.
18 for her favourite double 18.
36.
Inside. But she is going to come back with Kantele back on 179.
$58. Fallon, you require 18.
Double 9. And this time Kantele's on a finish, so it could get a little bit scruffy if there's a miss on the double
10.
4.
Marco, you require 121.
Shots on. Ball.
83.
No Bosch that time.
Fallon, you require 8.
For 1-0. She's already had 4 goes. That's her 5th missed attempt at double.
Game shot in the first leg.
But
Fallon
it is
Sherrock.
6 for the best for Fallon Sherrock. She leads Marco Kantele by a leg to 0.
Second leg is Marco to throw first. Game on.
If it was Henderson from Sherrock and Hurrell overnight as a top 3, would that be a fair reflection
58.
of what we've seen over a couple of days?
Yeah. There's the odd game that he should have won, and maybe the odd game that
140.
should have lost.
$137. $96. $136. $95. Marco, you require 170.
Both looking for the fish. Kantele doesn't get there. Can Sherrock? And one herself.
130. Fallon, you require
One of the proprietors of one of the
170.
most famous fishes of all time. Against Gabrielle Clements. And the Grand Slam a couple of years ago.
41. Marco, you require
Won a
40.
final in that competition back in 2021 as Kantele looks for tops.
Game
For
shot in the
1-1.
second leg.
13
Marco
darts. A good
Kantele.
leg that from the Finn. And the leg is Finn.
Third leg is Fallon to throw first. Game
And leg
on.
3 starts.
$100.
Maxa Kantele to kickstart leg number
180.
3.
One apiece in that column.
93. $134. $58. $137.
Good setup from Kantele, really turning the screw now. Average over 98.5.
60.
And
Marco, you
Sherrock,
require 50.
at the moment, doesn't seem to have an answer. It's going to be tops, and he's got a bit of time. Double 10.
40.
Fallon needs to stay switched on. No gimme with 10. So easy to stray inside the 5, maybe
56.
with dart 1 or dart
Marco,
2.
you require 10.
Double 5. How awkward is that? That is incredibly
5.
awkward. And you could see with the
Fallon,
final
you require
dart the way it caught the
134.
barrel of the first. And this is what Chris was saying about staying switched on, keeping yourself handy, putting yourself in a position. Oh, and that
102.
134 wasn't too far
Marco,
away.
you require 5.
Good effort.
And this time there is palpable pressure on Kantele on this double 2.
That's a perfect lie for him to just drop on top.
Game
Yeah,
shot
there
on
you
the third
go.
leg, Marco Kantele.
A bit fortunate because he completely lost the line.
Fourth leg is
Still
Marco
found the
to throw
target.
first. Game on. $60.
Chance for Sherrock to pounce upon that 60 start.
$100.
Don't forget to follow us on our social channels, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe. Oh my, that's crashed in and out from Kantele.
$39.
That was violent. But don't forget to subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of goodies on there. Plenty of content. You can actually hear
134.
from Darryl Pilgrim on his record-breaking week last week at the Super Series. As far as Tuesdays go, mate, it wasn't too bad, was it? 118 average, 122 average, 9 data. Seemed worse.
80.
Oh. Don't think I've had a better Tuesday.
That you can remember.
140.
Both players seem to be playing in streaks at the moment.
58. Fallon, you require
We
127.
usually associate that with runs of legs in matches, but at the moment it's just runs of scores in legs.
87.
Tops after 12. After a disappointing spell for Fallon.
But the recovery has been magnificent. Can Kantele respond himself? Yes is the answer.
180. Fallon, you require 40.
Tops. And now double 5.
35.
Inside. And Kantele has
Marco,
the
you
chance to
require
open up a
84.
3-1 advantage here. $14 bull. The bullseye.
59.
Grazing the wire of the 25.
Fallon,
And
you
so
require
Sherrock
5.
to level this game up at 2 apiece. Wants double 2. Madhouse.
3.
Up just above, and Kantele comes back
Marco, you require 25.
to put himself within a leg. Two in hand, a double 8.
Game shot on the fourth
Only
leg,
needs
Marco
the one.
Kantele.
And Kantele 3-1-2, the good.
Yeah. 12
Fifth
darts
leg
at
is
a double
Fallon
for
throw
Fallon.
first. Game on.
Oh, she's 3-1 down. It's because of that number. 1 from 12. Kantele, 3 from 11.
59.
Very tired looking darts from Fallon at the moment.
$135.
Still have 2 more matches to bring you. Moreno against James, followed by
58.
John Henderson versus Adam Lipscombe.
$140. $100. $22.
Opens up the door now for Sherrock, having wrestled the darts away Kantele originally.
58.
But 6 darts from 204 to complete the job and a 4-1 victory.
$83.
But again, like you said a couple of legs ago, because of the misses from Kantele, Sherrock has to stay switched on and
41.
hope to be able to force the mistake. But Kantele has 6 from 1-2-1 to get the job done. That's 25 because Sherrock's not on a finish. Would have been ironic if her favourite double 18 was the one that Kantele found for the match.
50.
And we're all about setting up.
$45. Marco, you require 71.
To complete the job. He's got 2 in his hand, a double 16, and now double 8.
55.
But they come and they go.
Fallon, you require
And Sherrock's got another
140.
opportunity to save it. 140. Not to be, and so Kantele to complete the job.
92. Marco, you require 16.
Double 8 going to be great.
Game.
And
shot,
it is a
and
win
match.
for
Marco
the Finn to
Kantele.
finish off his day. Marco Kantele getting the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 1, a result which has huge ramifications at the top end of the table. It means that John Henderson has got a 6-point lead now at the top of the pile. Kantele with a 4-1 victory of an 80.45 average, 4 out of 15 on the doubles. Next up, Michels against Hurrell.
So Moreno Michels enjoyed a fantastic debut day here at the Super Series yesterday, winning 3 of his 5 matches. Things haven't gone to plan today, though. Can he end on a high with his first victory of the session, or will James Hurrell move 2 points clear of Fallon Sherrock in second with his 3rd win of the session? Let's get back to the commentary team to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so, James Hurrell in must-win territory here, you feel. Defeat to Moreno Michels means that John Henderson would have the opportunity to open up an 8-point gap overnight. And in matter of fact, it would mean by the time that anyone else plays again, he could be 10 clear at the top of the pile.
First leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on.
This is becoming as convincing can get for Henderson. And so Hurrell
140.
is basically in Hail Mary mode now.
Yeah, Henderson's put on a real
100.
burst of quality today. Starting with an 87-87. Back that up with a 100 average. Back that up with a 106.9. And then followed that with a 92.81. That is...
140.
He's just put the gas pedal down, and like you say, you can almost guarantee
100.
his place in Saturday night's final with a win in the final game, because there is that potential, as you've said, Henry, to fall 8 clear of the field if
100.
Moreno can pull off a win here. And it would be the
94. James, you require
a massive shock,
161.
because Moreno beat him handily 4-2 yesterday. Reeled off 4 legs on the spin.
$80. Moreno, you require 110. $54. James, you require 81. $41. Moreno, you require
The opening
56.
leg, Michels is looking for 56. He's looking for tops.
Game shot in the first leg. Moreno,
He's looking to
Michels.
halt the Hurrell charge. He leads 1-0.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game on. $59. $125. $58. $100.
And about his stuff in a steady manner here is Moreno.
Yeah, just going about his business, isn't he? Great dart,
100.
Crushed it in.
$60. $100.
Ton needs him on a cusp of a finish, but Michels against the darts has got a chance to really hammer home the advantage, but he's
45.
unable to do so.
He's unable to leave a finish.
And presents Hull with 6 here for the second leg.
$80. 26. James, you require 104.
104 points away from a level game. Treble 20 for double 12 for another ton topper for Hurrell.
Game shot on the second leg.
And there it
James
is,
Hurrell.
1-1. James Hurrell, who had a couple of ton plus checkouts against Fallon Sherrock, is back on the ton plus train again.
Game on.
Yeah, took out a 116 and a 120. It's Fallon.
100.
I've had some biggies today. A 154 from John Henderson being the
125.
biggest one of them all, and a 146, of course, last time out.
180.
First max of the match. Will not be preceded by the second, and so
140.
he starts on 2-2-1 to take the lead. Once again at 2-1.
57. $100. Moreno, you require 164.
Treble 18. Want to give him a dart of the ball, and so Hurrell
132.
knows
James,
that
you
this
require
136 is
136.
under as severe pressure can be. He's not going to take it out, and so Michels back. 1 in 32 for a 2-1 lead.
96. Moreno, you require 32.
Can he just use that barrel as a guide? Can he
No
find a
score.
way? No is the
James, you
answer. And so
require
Hurrell for the
40.
break. What's tops? One left.
No
Not
score.
found.
Moreno, you require 32.
To re-establish the lead. Surely this time.
Game shot on the
There's
third
no
leg.
way he
Moreno,
could miss
Michels.
after that first dart. 2-1 Michels.
Fourth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. $93.
Multiple misstarts at a double for Hurrell to get that all-important breaker throw he's going to need at some stage of the match.
180.
That's a second max for Marino.
$140.
Well, it was this time last week Daryl Pilgrim hit a 9-dart finish. Shut up, Deacon.
91. $83.
Michels looking to set up and apply pressure against the darts, and
140.
he does exactly that.
$145. Moreno, you require 90.
Single and bull for the break.
65.
Not to be,
James,
but
you
Hurrell's
require
had some
40.
trouble and it's come to double top.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
No mistake
James
that
Hurrell.
time. 2-2. It's been the story of the day.
Yeah, not a bad tie, this one so far. Both players averaging
Fifth leg, it's Moreno
over
to throw
90.
first. Game on.
Moreno taking care of business on throw.
96.
We thought from the offset it was a group where maybe there'd be one or two standout players, but the rest would be separated by a very small margin, and it's turned out to be the case. Henderson taking full control of it, but
60.
the table represents outside of that. There's not much to split them. The games today are indicating there's not much to split them.
140. $140.
Had to move across. Well worked final dart there from Hurrell to get the 140.
60.
Just keeping Moreno on his toes.
$125.
Keeping him honest.
140.
Just when he needs a big turn, he finds one. Yeah, he was looking for a 140 there to really pressure
60.
the 65.
He requires 65.
This to edge himself back in front again.
45.
Not to
James, you
be.
require 116.
Hurrell's already had a ton topper in this game with a 104. He's already had a 116 today. Tops.
96.
Would have been for another ton topper.
Moreno, you require 20.
So close.
So close. Yet so far.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Moreno, Michels.
And Michels is on the hill. Against the hillbilly. He leads by 3 legs to 2.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first. Game on. $140.
40 to start for Hurrell, whose average is 8 points higher than that of Michels, 96.65. But that's mainly because of the missed darts at double. We'll show you here.
He's had half as many darts at the double as his opponent. So a lot of that 96.65 is a scoring average.
60. $100.
Well, this is what defeat for Hurrell would do to the league table. It would give Henderson the opportunity to move 8 points clear going into the final day. A gap which, let's be realistic, probably won't be breached. Of course, mathematically, there could be a meltdown from Henderson, but you just don't expect
68. James, you require 161.
To send us all the way to a deciding leg.
Well, it could be argued he was sort of at his B game level yesterday, and that was enough for 4 out of 5.
65. $63. James, you require 96.
To take us to a deciding leg. Stayed there like the life at what would have been double 8.
56.
And so Michels to finish with a fishy flourish.
$134.
The setup's
James, you
okay.
require 40.
And Hurrell's been a bit love-hate up here.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Likes it
James
now.
Hurrell.
And we go to the 7th and deciding leg again today.
7th and final leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
7th time in 14 games. We have gone 4-3. Justin Bradshaw
85.
calling out those famous words again.
Still have one more to bring you. Table topping John Henderson
38.
against Adam Lipscombe. will follow this one.
The bookenders battle.
100.
And we do it all again tomorrow, mate. 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Super Series YouTube
100.
channel. Do join us. And don't forget to drop us a sub on the Super Series YouTube channel. Plenty of content on there. And don't forget to hit the notification bell, because
140.
on top of the live cover is plenty of bonus content that our creative team behind the scenes are working very hard to bring to you.
41.
Even got that Mason's Meets
45.
with Mark Dudbridge on there as well. Great interview, that.
Yeah, me and my pal sitting down having a quick chat about old times.
45. Moreno, you require 131.
Well, Moreno's got the luxury of time to get the job done here.
78.
And so 53 for the match
100.
to
Moreno, you require
complete the job.
53.
And it would put him on to 8
Game,
points.
shot,
And 8 points is what he's going to be
Moreno,
on at the end of
Michels.
day 2. Moreno Michels beats James Hurrell by 4 legs to 3. And so for John Henderson, could be the beginning of a victory parade here, because victory against Adam Lipscombe could put him 8 clear at the top of the table. Join us for that next. Right then, can John Henderson complete the perfect day and make it 5 wins from 5? He has a fantastic opportunity to dangle a leg into finals night with a win here that would put 8 points between him and Hurrell with 15 games left to be played. But Lipscombe will have something to say about that, because he could end the day 4 wins from 5 himself. To see who comes out on top in this one, let's get back to Chris and Henry. Thank you very much, Abby. And so John Henderson has got the opportunity to really dominate Group A. Victory here, and 8 points is the lead overnight. It's a domination of which we very rarely see here at the Super Series.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Henderson with the darts. To kickstart our 15th and final game of the day. And he has been, well, he's been head and
99.
shoulders, hasn't he, above the rest.
Yeah, certainly today. His lowest average of the day, 87.87. Two averages in excess of 100 and a 92.81.
60.
Just the one defeat so far
91.
for John Henderson, and that was against Marino, where he did average 98.03. Marino averaged 99.89.
128.
John won this tie
60.
4-1. This is our first match, of course, on
60.
the opening day of this Group A.
$70. John, you require 154.
So 154 for Henderson to take the lead.
$94. Adam, you require
140
140.
for Lipscombe for the breaker throw in the opening leg. Not to be. And so Henderson's going to have a couple of darts at tops to win this opening leg.
34. John, you require 60.
It just feels serene. It just feels routine for John Henderson. 17 dart start for the Highlander to take a 1-0 lead
Second leg is Adam
against Adam Lipscombe.
Game on.
Who will walk away feeling happier than he did yesterday. 3 wins on the board for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to build on tomorrow.
Laying the foundations for Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
And we've seen that come to fruition before, haven't we? Many, many times.
Kieran Tierney, first ever week.
85.
Well, he was completely out of Group A. And then flicked the switch on Saturday night and qualified for the inaugural Champions Week.
83.
It's all about the 5th Champions Week, though, here now. 4 series, 3 winners. Conan Whitehead, the inaugural.
100.
Raymond Smith, the overseas champ. And Luke Littler, the retainer.
123.
Could he leave here forever, having claimed a hat-trick of titles?
137.
Solid enough response
65.
here from
Adam, you
Lipscombe.
require 102.
I think he would get 6 at it. Only
Game
needs a
shot on
3.
Second leg, Adam Lipscombe.
Tom plus out. Yet another for the day.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game
And
on.
a 15 dart leg, solid enough, 1-1.
$47.
13 Tom plus out so far
140.
today.
$140.
Well, we saw this from Henderson in the previous game against Hurrell, where the first couple of legs were a little bit quiet, but then just one little moment. It was the 146 check out against Hurrell. Just
125.
put him into life a little bit, and you just get the sense he's the type of player that one visit can just change his fortunes for the better.
100.
He had a real spell, didn't he? And it, like you say, it just kick-started him into life.
85.
Experience, of course, will always teach him not to panic.
58. Adam, you require 151.
151 for the break.
57. John,
Well, it's
you
a
require
146 that
156.
turned the screw around about this time of the game against Hurrell. Is it going to be a 156 this time for Henderson? Double 18 for what would have been another roof raiser.
Adam, you require 94.
And it was a 146 that brought him to life
74.
in that match
John, you
against
require
James.
18.
Couldn't trump it with a 156. But one to the double four will give him a 2-1 lead.
10. Adam, you require 20.
And so Lipscombe has the break chance. Double 10. One left in hand. It's not found.
No score.
And Henderson can step
John,
in
you
again on the
require
double four.
8.
For a 2-1 lead.
Game shot in the third
2-1
leg.
Henderson.
John Henderson.
He's halfway towards the victory post, which would give him an 8-point buffer at the top of the table overnight.
Fourth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
The focus is unwavering.
60.
He knows he can put the hammer down now and pretty much
140.
eliminate the opposition. Max for Lipscombe.
180.
First of this encounter. Been a day of Maxis.
Yeah, certainly had, well, every
60.
aspect has improved. The ton plus outs, the amount of 180s.
140.
In fact, we've not had a game today that hasn't had a max in.
$50. Adam, you require 121.
26 180s in total yesterday.
$42.
Lipscombe has got time to level up.
$100.
Time for
Adam, you
Henderson.
require
He's back on
79.
151. And Lipscombe at 79.
55. John, you require
33
151.
180s so far today.
I'm glad you can put a sentence together better than I can.
119. Adam, you
Double
require
12 for
24.
Lipscombe. The 2-2.
No score.
Not to be, and so Henderson to
John, you require 32.
put himself a leg away.
Game shot
Double
on the fourth leg.
16 is
John
found, and
Henderson.
Henderson opens up a 3-1 lead. He's a leg away now from an
Fifth leg is
8-point
John to
lead
throw first.
at the top of the
Game
table.
on.
And for that man, Adam Lipscombe, at the back of your picture there, it is all to do. It's been an improved day.
45.
It looks like it's going to end
100.
defeat. And Henderson looks set to be
140.
closing in on the finishing line now.
45. 59. $100.
Closing in on a 4-1 success. And don't forget, by the way, we're back tomorrow morning, 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and the Super Series YouTube channel. But don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Plenty of bonus content available there.
125.
Where you can watch back highlights of every session. You can watch back the session in its entirety if you so like. It's been a session, once again, dominated by John Henderson.
78.
Who's looking to complete the job if Lipscombe doesn't take out the 131. Went tops.
71. John, you require
Wasn't to be.
139.
For a 4-1 victory, which would put him 8 points clear. You can see the grimace
74.
from the
Adam, you
granite
require
darter.
60.
Missed the big number. It's only going to be one at tops.
Game
Only
shot on the fifth
needs the
leg,
one at
Adam
tops.
Lipscombe.
Lipscombe brings it back to 3-2 and now has the darts to send us to a decider.
Sixth leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Know the feeling, John. All been there in darts matches before.
85.
Though admittedly, that's usually when I'm 3-0 down.
60. 99. 60.
In case you're wondering where Chris Mason is, he's made his way up to the
45.
balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davies about all the day's action. And so you are in my company for what's left of today. And it may not be long,
180.
because Henderson piles in his first max. And in matter of fact, the only player who has failed not to hit a maximum in a game is Marco Kantele. Every other player has hit at least one maximum in every single match today. Oh, this is
177.
superb. Finishing with a flourish is the Highlander. To get the job
60.
done.
John, you require
Double 12.
24.
For full 2 win. Now double 6.
Game,
and the Highlander
shot, and a match.
looks
John
as if
Henderson.
he is rocking and are rolling towards finals night. He goes into the final day of Group A with an 8-point lead at the top of the table, courtesy of a 4-2 win against Adam Lipscombe with an 85.7 average and 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Henderson, 8 points clear at the top of the group after beating Adam Lipscombe by 4 legs to 2.
Yeah, another completely dominant day's play for John Henderson there. He just looks so comfortable playing in this format, doesn't he?
Yeah, he found another gear today. Yesterday, not as convincing, although won 4 out of 5. Today, going through the card, a couple of ton-plus averages. Looked the real deal today.
Yeah, and a couple of 3-figure outs as well. Really, really key moments. This 146 that we're going to show you now, this was to turn the tide really against James Hurrell. There was a fantastic 154 as well later on in the day. He really has taken out some key finishes at crucial moments.
Yeah, and we often say it, don't we, about timing, and he backed that up with a max and took complete control of the match. And again, another very tidy average. He's looks the even money shot now, and rightly so. Not that you'll get any evens about Big John winning Group A.
Yeah, just a quick word on Fallon Sherrock as well, because it was quite a tired and lethargic end to her day's play, wasn't it? How do you think she'll assess what she's produced today?
Yeah, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed. Over the course of a couple of days, she's won some matches she could have lost, and and lost some she could have won. And I think she'll just take it for what it is. She's still in a relatively good position, but will need a good day tomorrow. I think she'll need to win at least 3 out of her 5 games.
Yeah, she's in a very good position, but John Henderson is in the best position possible. We can hear from him now.
John, another great day at the Super Series. 8-point lead at the top of the table. It's looking very good for you.
Oh, I didn't realise it was 8 points, but oh no, I'll take that. No, I started off very slow the day. I didn't I can put my finger on it, but as the day went on, I got better. So I'll take that. Honestly, 8. I didn't realise it was that. So no, I'll take that every day of the week.
It says a lot about your focus, I suppose, doesn't it? Is it just a case of not looking at the table one game at a time until the final day?
Something I've never done in anything is look at tables, especially this MODUS thing. I just take one game at a time. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. The table looks after itself at the end of the day. And so, for you to tell me that, that's the first time I knew about that. So, no, I'll take that every day. Yep.
And the middle portion of the day, you had averages of a ton and an average of 106. Did you just feel totally in the zone at that point?
Well, first game of the day, I don't know what's going on. I just couldn't find it at all. And I knew this MODUS, I always get stronger. I didn't play too well in that last one, but no, in the middle, I knew I'd played well. I wouldn't have said it was 106 and 100, but I knew I'd played well. But no, that's just my game. I just once I settle in, and I'm fine after that.
Then into tomorrow, more of the same?
Well, that's the plan. So I'll just go home, back to the hotel, rest, and do what I do, and I'll just prepare the same way I've done all week.
Well, John, many congratulations today. We'll see you in the morning.
Good morning, Henry. Cheers, pal.
Yeah, superb there from John Henderson. Let's get confirmation then with the league standings, and his dominance is shown there. An 8-point advantage over James Hurrell and Fallon Sherrock, who currently occupy 2nd and 3rd. But one of the big movers in terms of points today is Adam Lipscombe. He still ends the day bottom of the league standings, but he'll certainly be significantly happier, won't he?
Yeah, it's all about a bit of a rebuilding process for him. 3 out of his 5 today. Didn't pick up a win yesterday. Tomorrow, it's all about sort of going through the process. You know, anything that you want to tweak, do it tomorrow while you're on stage and get ready for Thursday and Friday Group C.
Absolutely. 15 more Group A games to bring you tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. It looks a certainty that John Henderson will be our first player through to finals night. Join us in the morning to see whether that happens.